All right. What's going on, everybody? We are back. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of interruption on the first stream. You know, apparently YouTube don't like certain things, but we got that straightened out, and we are back. Well, shout out to Naima Buckner. How you doing? Long time no see. Shout out to the E Nation. And again, shout out to those who are working with the 1 o'clock challenge. Proud to see you guys making progress. So let me get on back to what I was ranting about. Part two to this: there is no holding Black women accountable under poor leadership. And what I was saying is that you can't hold anyone accountable that's following you if your leadership is piss poor. And as Black men, our leadership has been piss poor, if not an epic failure. You have allowed derelict males to saturate your community. And so you left the Black woman with a bunch of terrible, poor excuses for males to choose from. And since you're a poor excuse for a male yourself, how is it that she's supposed to listen? How is it that she's supposed to submit? How is it that she's supposed to want to follow you? There's nothing to submit to. There's nothing to respect. There's nothing to follow. You see, because the leadership is rotten. So now, because the male leadership is rotten at the top, that trickles down to the young males who may be potential leaders in our community. They also become spoiled and rotten. And you've managed to build a hatred for Black women in the minds of so many of our young boys. This is what you've done, and you've completely corrupted the environment, or you've allowed the environment to become completely corrupted. There's nothing good in many of our environments anymore because of your piss poor leadership. You don't teach your young boys to go out here and create and build. You teach them to go out here and become womanizers, whoremongers, disrespectful, women beaters, women haters, men lovers. This is what you teach. This is what your leadership allows. This is why nobody looks at us and takes us seriously as men. They see us as pussies. No one fears us. What is there to fear? Many of the Black men today are cowards. Like I said before, the Negro today is a sorry one. He's a sorry one. He's a sellout. He hates women. He's effeminate. He's a cross-dresser. And he's looking to seek the intimate comfort of other men for sexual relations. And he's anti-female. That's what today's Negro is all about. And so when you have that kind of male leading the way, no one is going to respect that. No one is going to fear that. No one is going to have any kind of reluctance to approach us any old kind of way they want, deal with our women any old kind of way they want. They disrespect our women because we disrespect them. They don't care about our women because we don't care about them. We don't teach people to care about our women. We don't teach people to respect our women with our actions, with our own actions. Our own actions towards our women teach other men to be the same way. You see, when foreign men see how you treat your women, that lets them know that they can do the same thing. So you're teaching other men to hate your women and disrespect your women the same way you do. That's what you've done under your leadership. Under your leadership, the black woman has become an enemy to society, and she's being attacked from all angles, including by you. That's what you've allowed under your leadership. Again, this is piss poor leadership at its best. At worst, just a downright epic failure. Now, one of you guys said to me, well, what if you like chasing Becky's the kind of Becky's that have sex with animals, and what if you like that? I don't know what to say to that, man. I mean, if you're a black dude and you're in love with a Becky that has sex with animals, then maybe this, and maybe you get on out of our race, man, and go on over there with them. See, I want it like this here, right? To me, an enemy is an enemy. I don't give a damn what color your skin is. That don't mean shit to me. I see an enemy for what an enemy really is. A fucking enemy. I don't give a damn if you're black. If you're an enemy, you're a fucking enemy. As soon as you open up your mouth and start talking crazy about black people, I see you as an enemy. Especially about black women. I see you as an enemy. I'm concerned you don't want anything good for black people. If you hate black women, you hate black men, you don't want anything good for black people. And so this terrible leadership is what's on full display here in these days and times. So there is nothing for the black woman to respect. There was nothing for her to submit to. As a matter of fact, she should go in the opposite direction. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. You need to run away from you losers. You need to continuously disrespect you losers. Seriously. She needs to run away in the opposite direction. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. You haven't built anything that is for the betterment of our women and children. You haven't created an environment that is beneficial to the health of our women and children. You haven't done that. You've done the absolute opposite. You've allowed an environment to grow into a festering cesspool of dereliction and terrible leadership. That's what you've allowed under your leadership. I don't want to hear shit about, well, the women don't listen and the women don't. Fuck out of here. If you were regulating and doing what the fuck you were supposed to be doing, you wouldn't have to worry about her listening or not. She would willingly follow. Shout out to Brother Rob. But see, because you can't do shit, you can't protect, you're a coward, you're a loser, okay? You're a cross-dresser. So she doesn't see any man worthy of submitting to. She doesn't see any of that. And like I said, because you've allowed this pimp culture to destroy the minds of your young boys and corrupt your environment, it is also as a side effect affect the girls in a negative way. Because they grow up seeing a type of man that they hate. A man that is a womanizer, a whoremonger, a brutalizer, a demoralizer. That is the kind of men that are growing up under your leadership. men who are brutal towards black women, men who hate black women, men who have their wires crossed and they seek the comfort of other men while repel the comfort of women. So this is what has happened under your leadership. And you want to try to hold somebody accountable? For what? How? You haven't set any laws in your community. You haven't regulated anything. You haven't done anything. You haven't created an environment that is beneficial to anyone's health and well-being. You haven't created a salubrious environment under your leadership. What you created was a hellhole. And you put everyone under your leadership in a position to choose the best from the worst. Now we have a generation of confused young boys who don't know anything about masculinity, don't understand manhood, because your leadership is piss poor. And you've taught them nothing, and you've allowed them to grow wild and out of control and be raised by the streets, taught by pimps, hustlers. This is where they get this mentality from. And some of you do still believe that, which I don't know how the hell you do this. You must don't give a fuck about black people and our history of this country if you think that monster is a status symbol. You know, remember we talked about that cow earlier in the first stream? Walking around with that cow, Becky, you may as well go get the real thing, right? Why walk around with a wannabe when you can get the real thing? I would respect you more if you walked around with a real fucking cow. At least you know when at least you know, at least a cow has an excuse. It's a cow. It has an excuse for being that big. And so, your leadership. Again, your leadership is non-existent. I don't know what the hell. I don't know who the hell you hold accountable. I have no idea. You certainly can't hold a black woman accountable for anything. You haven't done shit. So, hold on one second here. And when we talk about holding accountable for what? Let's see what needs to be held accountable for. Let's start with what. I never hear any of you guys who say that the black woman needs to be held accountable. You never say for what. What she needs to be held accountable for? What? Not listening to you? Why should she? You're no one to listen to. As a matter of fact, you're someone that no one should be listening to. Who the fuck want to hear every time you turn around some bitch ass niggas hollering and screaming and complaining like girls? Who the fuck wants to hear that every damn day? So why should she listen to that? So what do you want? I don't see a problem there. If she's not listening to you, what's the problem? I don't see what the problem is. And so what, you want to hold her accountable for not submitting to you? Why should she? There's nothing to submit to. You niggas aren't even manly. You niggas are more, hell. Shit, you motherfuckers, many of you are quickly approaching womanhood. I mean, y'all gaining on womanhood fast in the motherfucker. I mean, you niggas are gaining on womanhood like a motherfucking speeding bullet. You niggas is turning into women. Submit to what? So what she need to be held accountable for? What, because she got an attitude? She need to be held, she need to hold you accountable for not having one. Nigga, you need to get an attitude about how bad your environment is. About the condition that you've left your environment in. You need to catch an attitude about it. You need to get mad about that and deal with that. So what does she needs to be held accountable for? I've yet to hear any of you Negroes say one goddamn thing that she's supposed to be held accountable for. All I keep hearing, we hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. What? Because you have a conversation with them and they get smart with you, and so you know, scratch their eyes out, and that's holding them accountable. Bitch, don't you say that to me. I'll scratch your eyes out. I'm holding your ass accountable. That what it is? Because it can't be anything else. Because you ain't about shit. So how could it possibly be anything else? We holding black women accountable. I'm going to get up here and I'm going to argue with you until you understand that I am an effeminate male and I'm more of a woman than you. Isn't that what y'all are saying right now? That's how you're going to hold her accountable, by being more of a woman than she is? You're going to show her how to be a woman? You know, I heard some of you niggas say, well, the black woman's attitude is so bad, I'm going to go to a white woman. Like I said before, take your ass on. What the hell you waiting for? And what you telling us about it for? We don't give a fuck. Get the hell on out of here. Please leave our society so we can get stronger. Because with motherfuckers like you here, you just make us weak and you hold us back. And you demean who we are. And what kills me is how a lot of you niggas get together and y'all sound fucked up. You know, this shit is funny, man. I be laughing, I be listening to some of these streams, and I be cracking the fuck up. You niggas be howling, man, like, man, she stole all my money and she kicked me in my ass on the way out the door and called the cops on me and don't want to let me see my child. Sorry ass niggas. I've yet to hear an upstanding brother, a brother that was about his business, say any kind of shit like that. I've only heard you weak, coward ass niggas holler and scream and bitch and complain like, she won't let me do this, she won't let me. If a woman won't let you see your kids, there's a reason, nigga. See, we don't know what happens in relationships. We can only speculate. We're not in the relationships ourselves. Now, I'm not saying some women aren't screwed up. Some women are. Some women are crazy. Some women do got it messed up upstairs. But that's a minority, and I'm not condoning that. I'm not condoning a woman keeping a man away from his kids, out of some spite. I don't condone that. That's wrong. If she's doing that, she's wrong. But let's not act like there isn't a large number of you derelict niggas that don't want to take care of your kids. We're running around here and get women pregnant like it's some kind of sport, like something, a game CD that you play on PlayStation. You understand what I'm saying? Went into the electronics store and bought the latest game called "Let Me Get a Black Woman Pregnant and I Take Care of My Kid." And you niggas play all variations of the game. Part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hell, they still making parts for that game. They got mad updates. That shit is still going on. These niggas on some motherfucking, what was that game where motherfuckers walked around in that open environment shooting motherfuckers all the goddamn time? Y'all kind of like that, but except shooting, y'all just want to go around and make single baby mamas. See, y'all niggas run to the goddamn game store. Hey man, you got that latest game called "Let's Make Single Baby Mamas"? You niggas be having tournaments and shit, right? Yo man, I got 5 Laquitas pregnant last week. You talking about, man, I got 6 Sharkeishas pregnant just yesterday. Oh, I got all y'all beat. I got 37 Laquitas pregnant. I ain't taking care of none of them brats. Damn, nigga. You the king of let's make a baby mama. You niggas is proud of that shit too. Y'all run around here and wear that shameful shit like a badge of honor. You niggas cool with being sorry ass niggas. You're cool with it. And you want to try to hold somebody accountable. Your punk ass is running around here cool and proud to be a fucking loser. A loser. You want her to submit to a fucking loser. You want her to respect a fucking loser. A loser trying to hold somebody accountable. Got the game fucked up. Daniel, you there? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Brother Rob, Naima Buckner. What's going on? Belmore.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, man. Soft baby shit, bro, Rob. Crying on these damn panels. Talking about they want Becky's. I told them, hell, go on and get the cow. Stop playing around. Don't get a wannabe. Go to the farm and get the real thing. I respect them more if they walked around with a real fucking cow. At least we'll know why she stinks, right? Go ahead, Dan. What you got to say about all this? Jump in here. Hold it down for 1 second. I gotta go on mute for a minute.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. They never seem to make the connection of them pumping and dumping to making baby mamas. They never seem to make the they never seem to uh, um, um, they never seem to make the connections between what they do and what's happening in the community. Oh, they so separate. They ain't the cause of it. They ain't a part of it. No, it's black women fault. Never, never the black man. No. Somehow she attacked him and made him a baby daddy. Yeah, and he give women too much power. When you say it's black women's fault, you saying okay, black women are the leaders, they're the head, so whatever's going on in the black community is their fault because they are the leaders. But every time they say that, they acknowledging that they're not the leader, they not the man, the woman is the man, and then they have the nerve to say
Yeah,
the
but
woman is being too masculine. She's not letting me be a man. Yeah, you just be the man, and you don't have to worry about her letting you be a man. You just be the man. But every
well,
time,
that's my whole problem is that you got people like that talking about they want to hold black women accountable. Let's start with that. What accountable for what? I still can't figure that out. What accountable for what? What does that even mean? Hey, can somebody tell me what the fuck they talking about when they say holding black women accountable? So I can't figure it out. Accountable for what? Anybody can answer that? One of you derelict ass niggas is out there who talking crazy about holding black women accountable. Can you please come in here, come up on this panel and enlighten me about what the fuck you mean by holding black women accountable? So I can't figure it out. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Damn, you're a woman. What do you need? You're a black woman. What is it that you need to be held accountable for?
for the black community,
No
not
fucking idea.
really.
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Hmm. Okay, raising the children by myself. Oh yeah, I'm guilty of raising the children by myself. Um,
Maybe we need to get some black women up here and let's have a discussion about what black women need to be held because I don't know what the. I'm confused. I don't get it. Like what? Accountable for what? 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 You want to hold them accountable for taking care of the kids when you left her high and dry? Wait a minute. If you're saying that the black woman needs to be held accountable for being a single mother, well, you made her that single mother. So if she needs to be held accountable for being a single mother, then what happens to you? You made that single mother and you chose to walk away from your responsibilities. Why aren't we talking about holding you accountable? So I'm trying to figure out what the hell is this accountability all about? I keep hearing this shit. But all I see is motherfuckers arguing with women and not saying a damn thing about accountability. So if a woman says something smart to you, you get your feelings hurt, and you snap back at her, is that holding her accountable? Because other than that, I can't think of nothing else. Because you damn sure can't talk about single baby motherhood. Because you created a woman don't get pregnant by herself. And like I said before, if you call her ratchet, but every time I've seen a single baby mama, she's always had a child with her. She's always had a child either in her arms or by her side. So if she's a single baby mama, she had 2 or 3 kids by 2 or 3 different dudes, she's still taking care of those kids. Those kids still have a mama. She still have a roof over their fucking head. But when you flip it over and you got niggas with all of these baby mamas and they ain't taking care of none of their kids. So who's worse? Who's really ratchet? Who really needs to be held accountable? I mean, if you niggas can't even make a $25 a week goddamn child support payment, you talking about holding somebody accountable? Maybe I missed something. Can somebody fill me in? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Dan, you have any answers for me? Because I'm confused.
Well, I think you're confused because they're confused. They confused about what their role is. They confused about what the man's responsibility is. In fact, some of them even said, "Why I gotta be responsible." So that shows right there the question that why I gotta be responsible. Why is everything on me? Is a sign that hey, they don't know what they're supposed to be
Hold on,
responsible for. That they don't know
hold
that
on.
it's supposed to be them. They don't know they're supposed to be the head. So you got a whole bunch of confused Negroes teaching or
Hey,
not
hold on.
teaching and creating more
Hold on one
resistance.
second, Dan.
Uh-huh.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
So Bell says after you have relinquished your power to a woman, you can't complain about not being respected. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
100, Bell. I'll buy that for $1. Hell, I'll buy that for 100. Only says it's the black man that left the black woman. The black woman isn't doing a very good job in raising black families with absentee fathers. Again, that's 100. So here's my problem. See, that's why I'm confused, Oni. I'm glad you made that statement because the absentee fathers are the ones complaining about holding black women accountable. How the fuck do you hold somebody accountable when you're an absentee father? It doesn't add up to me. Fuck you talking about holding somebody accountable? You're not even there for your children. What about that accountability? What about that accountability? You're not there for your children. Now, it's one thing if you can't be there for your children through unforeseen circumstances. But when you are, when you're not there for your children and it's willful, what about that accountability? I mean, that's blatant irresponsibility. And you're trying to hold someone else accountable. See, a lot of these dudes, bad relationships, got kicked out of the house. Some of them probably got beat up by their women. Probably got punked out by their women. They mad as fuck. You should be. You get punked out by your woman. You should be mad as fuck. And I can tell a lot of them got punked out by these women because they argue with their women like girls. You know what I'm saying? You know how girls back in the day used to fight and they used to swing their arms like fucking windmill blades and shit? You know what I'm saying? It looked like goddamn fucking propellers, you know, helicopter propellers and shit going sideways. And so I guess when they're arguing with you, this is what they're doing. They're fighting you like a girl, right? Because that's because it's showing it's manly what they're doing. So they're fighting you like a girl. They're girl fighting with you. Yeah. Okay. There should be no conversation. I mean, no conversation about these babies without equating these absentee fathers into the picture. Absolutely. That's why I don't understand the accountability argument. A lot of these niggas are fucking absentee fathers. What the fuck are they talking about? A lot of these niggas can't make a $30 child support payment or $100 child support payment. They're over here talking crazy about holding somebody accountable. Talking mad fucking crazy. And still, you can't figure out what the fuck they're trying to hold black women accountable for. What? Can't say anything about the behavior. What about your behavior? You running around here derelict as hell. You don't fucking do nothing. Many of you can't keep a fucking job because you're weak as fuck. Many of you don't want to do shit but play fucking video games. Ain't trying to be creative about a goddamn thing. Ain't trying to build or move nothing. So I don't even, these niggas got some fucking nerve, bro. Yeah, niggas can't pay $100 a month. You can't pay $100 a month to support your child. You're a sorry ass nigga. If you ain't doing what the fuck you supposed to, if you ain't doing everything that you possibly can to take care of your child, then you a sorry ass nigga. You don't deserve no fucking respect. And you shouldn't get it. That baby is the most important thing in the world. That child. That's our future. And if you ain't handling your business, you don't deserve no motherfucking respect from anybody, man, woman, or child. Hell, you don't even deserve no respect from that goddamn cow you keep walking around with. Well, like I said, you know what? If you went with the real thing instead of the wannabe Becky who wants to be a cow, if you went with the real thing, at least you can get a biracial cow. You can get a white and black one, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can get a biracial cow. You can, man, you can cheat a little bit. Like, yo, man, the cow, man, she half black. Can't you see the black spots on this shit? Seriously, get you a white and black cow, and you can get away with calling her half black. Then we can't call you a cow swirler, right? So you can give this cow all this goddamn respect, but you can't take care of your kid. Who holds you accountable? And who the fuck are you to sit up here talking about you want to hold somebody accountable and you can't lead your community? You can't be the leaders, and many of you can't be the leaders in your own homes. That's probably why y'all mad as fuck, because your wife is regulating on you, or your woman is regulating on you in the house, punking your ass out. That's why y'all here on social media crying like a little girl. You get punked out by a girl. I don't see no real men on here crying about women. I see you motherfuckers, which I don't consider real men. Not sure why anyone else does, but hey, to each his own. Dang.
Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
Take over for me for about 15 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah. So yeah. If you're not going to take up the reins of leadership, that leaves only other person in the community, the black woman. And if you don't like the way she's doing things, the way you better take them reins back and start doing what you're supposed to do. And how are you going to complain about the way the women doing it if you ain't doing it? And you're not helping. Not only you're not doing, you're not helping. You just what they call it, Monday morning quarterback. You just sit back watching, seeing things wrong, but you're not stepping in to correct. You ain't even being part of the team. You know, if you're not gonna be the leader, support your woman being the leader. You know, at least you have said that you tried, you that you took some part. You know, say, okay, she's a better leader than I am, but I'm going to support and I'm going to be the voice of caution. I'm going to, let her know, that's not gonna work here and there. But no. You don't even give her warning. You just give up the reins. You walk out of a relationship. You walk out on the children. She gotta fight tooth and nail for you to do anything with your children. If you're that type of man, you just pretty much giving up the reins. And then you have the nerve to Monday morning quarterback. You seen all the problems, but you're not stepping in to correct them or help dismantle the problems. No. You want to wash your hand of it, and then have a nerve to complain about it or criticize or saying how you could do better, but you don't do anything. And then you have the nerve enough to be like, she's being too masculine. She won't let me be a man. She didn't stop you. Yeah. So that's what I hate. You gonna step away. You're gonna say you're not part of the community, complain about the community, and yet you're not doing anything, but yet you're going to criticize the person that is in there trying to do things. And then have the nerve to say how you could do better, but are we seeing you do any better? Are we seeing you stepping up? Are we seeing you volunteering? No. Or even say I was wrong. I'm gonna step back in. Nope. Yeah. So and then you have the nerve to criticize your children. Do you not know that when you're saying it's the black women fault because the children are this way, the boy is this way, the girl is this way, she can't do that by herself.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Thanks, Dane.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me ask you a question. So, as a young girl growing up, when you saw a man, okay, did you see the difference between a black man being responsible and a black man being irresponsible?
Yes.
Tell me about the responsible black man that you saw.
Okay.
What was he doing?
Now, the one that's being responsible is a little bit of a.
Actually, before you get started, tell us about what the responsible one was doing first, and then tell us what the irresponsible one was doing, and then I'm gonna come back, and then we're gonna talk about it.
Okay. All right. The responsible man. He was a father. He was on top of his children. He was aware of what they did, what they did not do. He was responsible. He was in everything they were in. If they were in school, he was there to go to the school, either by himself or with his wife or with the mom to see what's going on with my children and what's going on in that school. Any event the child was in, they were either there or they participated, they coached, they were there. Sometimes that fatherly mode even spread out in the community. I don't know how many times I've been chastised by some of them in the community, like, why are you standing in the corner like that? Why are you not at home? Where's your mother? Stuff like that. Well, because I'm a girl and he's a man, but he felt responsible for me, and he couldn't just see me doing wrong and walk away, even though I was not his child. I was a child of the community, and he knows my people. He knows what was okay and what was not okay. So responsible men don't just deal with their children in their household. They can't help themselves. They will speak out. They will speak out to the child, or they speak out with the child's parent. If it seemed dangerous at the moment, they'll speak to the child immediately. And then they go speak to your parents. Then they're like, what's going on? Why was she hanging out in the corner and stuff like that? And no, that don't look right, or whatever it was at the time. Or they were involved in every aspect of the community. They pay attention to what's going on in the school board. They helped out. I've seen them do everything from help coach little community leagues for the children, give them something to do for the summer, burn up some of that energy because it's not locked into school. Teachers.
Mhm. Let me jump in there. It's very interesting you bring up those things, right? Because I grew up seeing something similar. You see, the black men that I grew up under had a different mentality. See, they had a true pro-black mentality. See, every kid in the neighborhood was their kid. See, they didn't say, well, those are not my kids, I don't care about them. They cared about every child in the neighborhood. I grew up on a block where every parent on that block was my parent.
Exactly.
They all cared about each other's children. And men regularly took in kids and helped raise kids that wasn't their children because they had a different mentality back then. They had more of a unified mentality. It was a village thing going on about raising children. Every parent in the neighborhood or in that community felt responsible for raising the children. So you didn't have derelict children growing up in that area because there was too many responsible adults around to make sure that those kids grew up properly and had guidance. When you fast forward to today, you got these sorry Negroes making babies talking about, I ain't taking care of no kids that ain't mine. Well, that's not a pro-black mentality. That's an anti-black mentality, you see, because when you don't care about the children in your community, especially the ones that you're creating, then you're anti-black against your people because the children are the future. If you're not taking care of them, you're going to doom our future as black people. Each generation that gets worse, it weakens our race more and more and more. Till we get to the point where we have a race of young boys who don't even want to be with black women at all. And then you have a generation of black women that don't want to be with black men at all. When that happens, we're done. We're done as a race. And we're heading there pretty fast. We're heading in that direction to where we're going to get to a point where black men and women don't want to be with each other or procreate with each other at all. And you have some brothers and sisters out here advocating for that right now. You got these homos online trying to impersonate pro-blacks talking about let's not procreate for 5 to 8 years. A completely negative attitude towards black people. Nothing but hatred towards black people, especially towards black women. You don't want to procreate for 5 to 8 years. What black man in his right mind don't want to procreate with a black woman? And the key thing there is in his right mind. Right? So I grew up seeing a lot of the same things you saw. Responsible men who took care of situations in the neighborhood. There was no complaining. Well, there was a little complaining when the kids tore something up. You heard a bunch of hollering, and then there was some ass whoopings going on. But then they would go out there and correct what the kids messed up. See, I grew up seeing responsible men take care of business. The men I grew up around didn't give a fuck about whether a kid was theirs or not. They had a different mentality. They cared about every child in the neighborhood. Yeah, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get
So
on the irresponsible one now. What
okay.
did you see when you see irresponsible?
Well, I seen two type of irresponsible. The one that didn't claim their children. They they made the children, but they didn't accept responsibility for them. They didn't. They in fact sometimes they didn't even acknowledge the child. That child ain't mine. Don't look like me. Couldn't be mine. For whatever reason, they got in their twisted mind.
Well, you know,
Martin. Mm-hmm.
see, I saw some of that too, right? But let me tell you where I seen some of that start, right? Because we didn't see much of that because in the neighborhood I grew up in, you didn't hear most of that. But as I got older, I started seeing that mentality from dudes who was coming home from jail. Okay, they came out of jail with this bullshit ass mentality. Man, that ain't my kid, man. That ain't my baby. Yo, go get a paternity test. No, I don't care. That ain't my child. I ain't raising no child that ain't mine. See, that started the first time I heard that kind of mentality. I'm not saying it started there. I'm saying that's the first time I heard that kind of talk from niggas who was coming home from jail,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly, BB real. I come from that environment. Every parent on the block was my parent. I can get an ass whooping by every parent on that block. And let me disrespect one of them elders. My parents will whoop my ass from one end of the block to the other. And that's after I got my ass whooped by the elder I disrespected. Black men had a different mentality back then. These sorry ass Negroes today are the reason why our communities and our society are fucked up. It's fucked up. But the first time I heard that kind of talk was from Negroes coming home from jail. Again, to be very clear, I'm not saying that's the origin of it. I'm saying that's the first time I heard it. It came from niggas who were coming out of jail, who came home, talking that dumb shit, man. Hey, my kid, man. I ain't taking care of no kid that ain't mine. Yo, man, she had other niggas while I was locked up. How I know that's my child? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. She claiming that she got pregnant before I got locked up. See, that's a sad goddamn conversation to have in itself. See, when you're proud to have that kind of conversation in the fucking open where other people can hear you, you gotta, that's a serious problem, right? That's problematic right there. You see, growing up, we was taught going to jail wasn't an honorable thing, and not taking care of your kids wasn't an honorable thing. You know, my father didn't want to hear no jail talk. Niggas come out talking about, yeah, man, I'm doing the bid, man, and you know, I got old girl pregnant. Now she trying to say this, and that, and I ain't taking care of it. Nigga, you proud to have a conversation like that with somebody else in public where other people can hear you? That's problematic in itself. You see, that tells you right there that a motherfucker don't have any expectations, no ambition. Just a low life nigga that just want to be a loser. And he's such a fucking loser that he think the conversation that he's having is worth having and other people should hear it. And he has no shame because he's a fucking loser. And it's sad that how our women keep getting caught up with these losers because there's so many of them in our environment today. It's hard to miss them. Like I said, the black woman is in a situation now to where she's trying to choose the best from the worst. The environment is saturated with terrible niggas. And so she's trying to do the best she can to get the one that's the least fucked up. Now, you got a black woman that's in an environment with fucked up Negroes and still trying to pick the best out of the ones who are fucked up. That's pro-black. That's pro-black. That's loyalty to your race. You think these cowards would do something like that? Nah, most of these niggas aren't talking about, I'm gonna give me a white girl. Go on and get your cow. But make sure you get the real thing. I hear they got gold bells on sale down at the farmer's market. So, yeah, it does, Hassan. These niggas come out institutionalized talking crazy as fuck. But that's the first place I heard that talk. But like I'm saying, when your conversation is about jail and you talking crazy, talking about you don't want to take care of your kids, and you think that that's a conversation that other people should hear, and you don't have no shame talking like that around anybody, you're already fucked up in the head. You should be embarrassed to talk about that around other people. I wouldn't go around being proud to my people, yeah, man, I just did a bid and shit, and they got me for child support and I couldn't take care of my kids because I was locked the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about that with nobody. That's something I'm ashamed of. We've all done things that we are ashamed of. We all done things that we wish we can go back and do over. None of us is perfect. I'm not saying that. But what kind of conversation is that to have to other people in public? You don't have any ambition. You don't think better of yourself? That's what your conversation is going to be like? About you did a fucking bid? And let people hear how you don't have any goddamn desire to be any fucking body but a loser? You okay with that? That's what's wrong with a lot of niggas' minds now. Their priorities are all fucked up. They glorify being a loser. They're scared of being a winner. They shun being the winner when a hard-working man goes out here and makes it happen. And I want to be that. I mean, I've seen black women let niggas lay up in their house who don't have any jobs. I know a black woman that's trying to help a dude who ain't had a job in 10 fucking years. How the fuck you good? And he wasn't locked up. It'd be one thing if he was locked up for 10, right? But the nigga ain't fucking locked up. He just a worthless ass nigga that don't want to do nothing, just want to live from woman to woman. And niggas, look, these Negroes are proud of being a nobody. Who does that? Who the fuck is proud of being a loser? I had a nigga up here on a panel who was proud of being a fucking loser. He said, what's wrong with it if you like it?
Derelict Negroes.
Who the fuck likes being a loser? And this is why I say I feel sorry. Niggas call me a simp and shit. Well, I'm a very successful brother. I got my shit together. But I'm a simp. You call me all kinds of fucking names. But I'm not a coward. I'm not afraid of white people. I don't hate black women. You see, if you don't hate black women, you got to be a piece of shit. You got to be a this and this and that. But if you hate black women and you a worthless ass nigga and all you do is fucking play video games for a living that you don't get paid for, right? Then you a cool motherfucker. If you a fucking loser that's walking around here losing in life, you a cool motherfucker. Yeah, you cool as fuck. You got you the gangster. If you a loser. If you a loser, niggas want to hang with you. But if you're a winner and you're trying to win and you have some respect about who you are, some dignity and some class about yourself, and you're not walking around here with a foul mouth cussing women out, calling them all kinds of names, right? Then you're the bad guy. You the one that's fucked up. But if you calling women strags, calling them bitches, calling them hoes, can't get no fucking job, can't pay a $50 goddamn child support payment, do nothing but play video games that you don't even have the wherewithal to get paid to do. These white boys that beat you on that too. They on Twitch. A lot of them motherfuckers is paid. These niggas playing video games for nothing. Just to be losers. And you get up here and you run your mouth about a black woman's attitude, start complaining and shit and crying like a little girl, you're a winner. You the cool motherfucker. That's the cool nigga. Now, I pretty much don't believe in the tainted Bible, but I'm one of the people that don't believe everything in the Bible isn't true. There is a part in there in the scriptures where it said will come a time where we won't know one season from the other. And that the wrong things will look right and the right things will look wrong. I think we're in that time right now, where the wrong things look right and the right things look wrong. Because it's cool to be a fucking loser. That used to be uncool. That used to be uncool to be a fucking loser. Now that's the coolest thing going. You a bad motherfucker if you're a loser and you're a fucking bum. And you're a disrespectful motherfucker to women. And run around talking about you hate black women, seeking the comfort of other men. You the cool nigga. But if you about something and you have some fucking respect, you give a damn about shit, then you ain't shit. You a simp and all these other goddamn derogatory names that they fucking come up with. Maggles and shit like that. So now we live in the year of the cool loser. Like I said, it used to be uncool to be a fucking loser. Not anymore. These niggas done made a goddamn art out of it. And I ain't giving credit. They wearing that shit too, proudly. Motherfuckers say they like this shit. Motherfucker told me, but what if you like it? They done made an art out of this shit. It's a culture now. A loser culture. We got to get out. We got to snap out of this shit, man. We got to start. The brothers who know what time it is, we got to start getting to it. We got to get into this fight and start getting after these young boys, man, and help changing their mind. Yeah, son. Remember back in the day, it used to be cool. Used to be uncool to be a loser. If you was a loser, nobody wanted to be around you. You're a fucking loser. Why everybody want to be around you? That shit cool now. I mean, these niggas is hip. If a motherfucker walked around in broad daylight with a t-shirt on that says, I'm a big fucking loser, a crowd of niggas that come out of nowhere and say, yo, dog, where you get that dope shirt from? Yo, that shit dope. Yo, I want one of them cat. Yo, man, how much they cost? Well, you can go down to Sally's and get it for $15.99. But you go up to Bobby's and shit. Bobby's a little expensive and shit. Go down to Sally. Sally got them for about $13. Yo, that shit is dope, man. Yo, man, they got them in red, yo. Yeah, man, they got them in all kind of colors. They got them in rainbow colors, dog. You know what I'm saying? They got different styles too, you know. They got loose on this side. They got big on this side. They got arm down at the bottom and shit. You know what I'm saying? If you turn around, the shit is in the opposite motherfucking direction. So motherfucker can see you coming and going. If they see you coming, they're gonna know you a loser, they're gonna think you cool. If they see you going, they're gonna know you're a loser and they're gonna think you cool. Word, word, word. Where you get from, Sally's? Yeah. Don't fuck with Bobby, because Bobby want too much money. Go down to Sally's. Yo, that shit is dope, dog. I'm going to get my shit. Word, man. I'm going to get my motherfucking loser t-shirt too, nigga. I'll race you down there, motherfucker. Last one down there is the loser. Oh, yo, cut it out. You the man, nigga. Nah, you a loser too. Nah, you a loser. Nah, you a loser. Nah, stop it, nigga. You a loser. Nah, you know you got that, dog. Yo, man, you the baddest loser around, nigga. Can't nobody fuck with you. Nah, I didn't like that kid. You a loser. You know what I'm saying? I respect you, dog. You the baddest loser I ever seen. Nah, man, you flatter me, dog. You a loser, man. Know what I mean? Niggas is running down to the goddamn. Niggas is walking down to the goddamn loser store, right? Complimenting each other on being losers. And then a goddamn tug of war about it too. Nah, man, you a loser. Nah, you a loser, dog. Nah, man, you the loser. Nah, man, you the loser, man. You that nigga, man. You that nigga loser. Nah, you that nigga loser. Nah, nigga, you that nigga loser. Nah, nigga, you that. Nigga got 10 that's with loser on the end. Niggas is verbally jousting about complimenting each other about being a loser. Verbally sparring, trying to out-loser each other in public where other people can hear it. And so, like I said before, man, you know, I'm going to re-premiere the first part, and I'm going to do the second part. But y'all got to check out my premiere I'm going to do called if you haven't seen I Feel Sorry for a Black Woman Today, you need to check that out, man. I've been promising to do a part 2, but I've been so busy. And I really do feel bad. I feel so bad for black women today, man, because the nigga today is a fucking sellout, a goddamn loser, a fucking woman hater. He's effeminate, and he loves other men, and he's anti-female. You said, do I have a live stream channel? That I'm on it, bro. What do y'all think, Auntie? Is that a troll? Hey, man, y'all did. Hey, man, y'all get that nigga to the green TV a troll. Get troll, get him out of here. Dang.
Yeah.
Nigga asked me, did I have a live stream channel?
He might be a newbie.
They don't know what a live. You don't realize it's a live stream channel?
Hey, some newbies are that new. I guess he been only catching replays, so this is the first time he been live.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, this is the live stream. Yeah, subscribe to this channel then, BB Israel. Okay, yeah, this is my live stream channel. I got another one that I'm building too, but it ain't ready yet. I'm still working on it. But this is my main live stream channel. Okay. All right, we'll give you a pass this time because we think you're a newbie. Okay, don't not to troll. All right. All right. Dane, Dane?
Yes.
I need you to jump in for about 5 more minutes. Okay. I gotta do something.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. We have a T. Washington on the panel.
Hey, how you doing, Dame? You hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I heard I guess the last few minutes of when the brother was talking, and just so I'm aware, is this basically about black women feeling protected on some level?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I was wondering about the conversation in general is because there's kind of a, you already know, besides the whole racial situation going on, there's always been a propaganda part of this war where black men, for many different reasons, are we're made to look a certain way. We're made to besides the suckers, there are, don't get me wrong, there are some suckers out there, and excuse my language, it's some bitch niggas who need to be handled, stomped out, and corrected. Let me just get that out the way. I acknowledge that. But at the same time,
Okay,
there's
I'm
a
back.
lot of, you hear me?
Yeah, man, I got you. I'm just saying I'm back. Hey,
Oh yeah,
up,
yeah. Nah, what's happening, brother? I wanted to, I just wanted to make sure we have we keep certain things in context, because besides the little weak bitches among us that we need to correct, um a lot of us black men who do protect black women and try to protect the integrity of the black community, we're not heard a lot. A lot of times our voices are not heard, but different people who control narratives on here oftentimes put shit out making black men overall look weak, docile, and cowardly. And that's why I want to make sure we put certain things in context, because while they're making black men look bad and less masculine with all of this bullshit, other people are uplifting other people's men. For instance, I see a lot of propaganda within the propaganda. Let's just say, for example, the white community. A lot of what they do in their commercials and what their women say is to uplift and to promote the masculinity of their men. Now, keep in mind, a lot of them own a lot of media, so they're able to push that out in several different ways. But when it comes to our community, that to a certain percentage is us, but even them, and a lot of people collectively put things out making black men look cowardly, irresponsible, and look like suckers overall. Like, they'll take those few chump ass niggas, excuse my language, they'll put them at the forefront over and over and over and concentrate on those type of dudes, and then that starts to reflect on all of us. So that's why I think when it comes to, Oh, and also, I think black masculinity is a threat to certain other people who are insecure. A lot of men are jealous of who we are and the type of energy we bring, and just who we are in general. So, of course, to make themselves look better, they'll do everything they can to make the black man in general look less than. I was going on a ramble. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, okay. I agree with a lot of what you said, right? That's why this channel is geared towards pro blackness, right? And we attack guys like this. This whole rant is meant for the brothers who are making us look bad, the brothers who
I
are
could
on
dig it.
here being bitch niggas, who are saying that they need to hold black women accountable, but won't tell you what they want to hold them accountable for. The same niggas that's on here attacking black women. We're letting them know that there are good black men out here. We're not going to just sit by and let you continue to do that. And we're calling out these phony ass niggas. That's what the
So
channel is all about.
what are these dudes talking about holding black women accountable for what? What exactly are they saying?
I have no idea. I have no idea. They never say for what. Basically
Okay.
what it is, I guess if they get into an argument with a black woman and she gets smart with them, she catches an attitude, which is what women do. Women have attitude, duh. Okay?
Yeah.
They start cussing her out, and I guess they call that holding her accountable.
Oh,
Which,
I
which I
think I
think,
know where a lot of this comes from. Okay, because there is a group of bitch niggas on the internet who have their own channels who put out a lot of negative propaganda about black women. There are some excuse my language. There's some chumps out there who do this a lot, and I've been in some of their rooms, and I end up getting in arguments with them. I'll start out trying to be civil to get to the bottom of it, but as soon as you challenge them on a certain level where they can't defend themselves, all of a sudden they'll start calling you all kinds of feminists and all that old other bullshit without focusing on the why. So I think I know what you're talking about in general. And a lot of these dudes are really insecure because they have a problem getting with the women that they want. That's what I think. And
oh yeah,
they're not accepting the fact that you can't have every woman you go after. You know what I'm saying? Like some of them, you not they cup of tea, but just because they not feeling you, that don't mean you talk down to them. Maybe they end up being a good ass friend. They might end up being a good business partner or something like that. But she's just not feeling you on the other level. And on top of that, a woman, I think in general can see through bullshit. A lot of these women, they could see that thirsty shit, even when you try to disguise it on something else. So a lot of those dudes are their own problem, and they just talking shit about the women. At the same time, these same dudes don't say shit about white supremacy, but that's another thing. But go ahead.
but you know what? You see, my whole thing is it's even worse than that, right? When you got a group of niggas on YouTube, and some of them, I'm talking about some of these groups are 800 strong. I've seen it. 800 strong in the chat, right? Talking crazy about black women. When the conversation that is being had on most of these live streams is about the women that they can't get and attitudes, that's
Yeah.
problematic. Other races and men aren't doing that. Other races and men out here building infrastructure, institutions of higher learning, and on their way to becoming economic powerhouses. These niggas are on here talking about women they can't get. That's problematic in itself. That's problematic in
And
itself. What are we focusing on?
and ain't nothing masculine at all or manly at
No.
all about complaining about women. Like if you're complaining about women, I question whether you even like women in the first place. And I'm not accusing nobody of being, some other kind of way, but if your thing is, if you're having a problem with women, look at yourself, improve yourself. Maybe you need to add a little something to who you are and check why you might not be attracting certain women. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
even some of our best who who may have charm and a lot of money. They can't even get every woman.
Yeah, but let me
So
stop you there
you
for a
gotta
second.
look at
Why?
yourself,
Yeah,
huh?
but let me cut in for a second. Okay, but here's my problem though, right? Why is that the center of the conversation? Almost damn near every fucking black channel on this side of YouTube. That shouldn't be the focus of our conversation. Our
Oh, I
race is
agree.
fucked
I
up.
agree.
We got a lot of fucking
That's a
problems that need
subject.
fixing.
I agree.
All these niggas do is talk about black women. Man, we being ran circles around.
Yeah.
The average conversation of a 14, 15-year-old young black male, right, is about hating black girls. When you take the average conversation of a Chinese boy, 14, 15, or a Jewish boy, 14, 15, or a white boy, 14 or 15, whatever, they talking about owning companies. They talking about taking over their dad's businesses. They talking about having people to work for them. They're talking about conquering. Our boys are
Yeah.
talking about hating black girls,
Because
and they're
they hear
getting
these
this,
fuck niggas.
and they're getting this from these derelict motherfuckers that they
Yes.
see on social media, who glorify pimp culture, which is really destroying our society and destroying the minds of our young boys. They glorify pimp culture, fancy themselves as fucking dating coaches, write fucked up books. What's a 14-year-old boy doing with a book written by a piece of shit like Iceberg Slim? How come he doesn't have a trigonometry book in his hand? Or a computer book? Why
You're
does he have
right.
a book written by a piece of shit like Iceberg Slim? That's problematic. And he said, we couldn't read books like that when I was younger. My parents didn't play that shit.
See, when it
They,
when
they
it comes to
they're fucking up the minds of our young boys. I'm hearing 14, because I'm mentoring young boys. I'm hearing 14, 15, 16-year-old boys with a hate mentality towards girls and have more of a loving mentality towards boys. They're getting
yeah.
their wires crossed.
Well, I used to work in middle schools before I became a truck driver. So I was like a teacher assistant and like a coach for about 15 years. So I kind of seen the general thinking trend change over that time period. So I got an idea of what you're talking about. Unfortunately, a lot of them young boys in many of these situations, due to whatever home situation, a lot of fathers and positive male figures are not in proximity to these kids. Or the males in their area are just fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to shit on brothers in general because there's a lot of good brothers out here. But it does make a difference. And it don't always have to be fathers, but the men in general giving these young boys game. Because if they don't get this game from a positive male in their family or in their close proximity, they are going to get it from the streets. And shit like Iceberg Book and all of that, that's promoted by a part of street culture. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that is not passed down, uh, positive shit passed down from father figure types. That's like straight from the streets. And in some cases, and I'm not justifying it, because I used to think a certain way before I matured. But at the same time, I understand when a young person, his whole worldview of what's positive about himself is walled off due to their personal experiences or due to them hearing a whole bunch of negative shit and seeing a bunch of negative shit and hearing a bunch of stuff from their own community. So they don't see positive outside of that. So anytime they get some kind of gain from the streets that seem like it'll benefit them, a lot of time it do be bullshit. Like, taking a Donald Goins or Iceberg Slim or something like that and trying to apply it to their life. So a lot of this, and this is where I kind of got to point the finger back at black men in general, even if we got our own household in order. I feel like our community in general, if there's a little bit or a little part of us available, we need to give that to these young people. Yes, we raising our own families and our household is in order. But if we got some young kids in our neighborhood that might need a little talking to, or you see might be kind of lost or whatever, it wouldn't hurt for us to like in some kind of way see what's up with them and be like a listening ear to them and extend ourselves a little bit. Because in my opinion, our community need that shit. Because even though I'm not working in the schools no more, I still go back to my old neighborhood. And all of them kids is grown and they got their own kids and they still give me that same respect because I'm still there for them. I'm still the listening ear. If they need advice, I'm still there. You know what I'm saying? Well, go ahead.
Right. My thing, and I haven't read a Donald Going book in years, but I have read Iceberg Slim, and that shit is etched in my mind. I don't see anything in the Iceberg Slim, any of his books, that should be taught to our young boys. Not one thing. Not one thing. And I think that as black men, it is our responsibility to not allow that kind of culture to cultivate in our community. Because when I talk about piss poor leadership, right? The black male today has allowed the environment to become corrupted and have allowed a culture, pimp culture, to saturate the minds of our young boys. And now these young boys are anti-female. Many of them are anti-female. You can't have that. You can't have black families when you have your boys with an anti-female mentality. Okay? And that comes out of this pimp culture. Because all pimp culture does is womanize, they're whoremongers, they're brutal against women, they demoralize women, they disrespect women. Okay? That's all that fucking culture is all about. And we allow that to become glorified in our community. We can't allow that anymore. That has to go. We got these young boys reading Mac books about being a fucking Mac, when they should be reading books about mathematics. They're ready to run to the goddamn bookstore and buy the latest book about being a fucking Mac. That's problematic.
Now,
You don't see any other races, these young boys running to get these damn books. Their parents won't allow that shit. But we seem to allow this, and we make excuses for it because many of us are irresponsible and don't want to be held accountable for anything. That's why they create all these phony ass factions to belong to and come up with these stupid ass names like SYSBM and all kinds of shit like that because they want to hide. Right, they want to hide the fact that they're irresponsible Negroes and don't want to be accountable for anything. It is our fault and our failure as black men. We have failed our children, and we are continuing to fail our children. They don't have the proper mentality. The shit that I see going on right here would have never been allowed to go down in my day. Go ahead, my brother.
I just kind of wanted to, like, in reference to what we call pimp culture. I think a lot of what perpetuates what we call pimp culture is not necessarily pimps themselves, or who we would call a P or a player. They're not necessarily the ones pushing that. If you think about it, the general culture, as far as what most of us like and what most of us gravitate towards. If you think about who gets the most women, and this is not me taking a shot at women, but if you have a group of guys in a room and one of those guys happens to have the nicest car and the most money, there is a likelihood that most women are gonna go in that direction. Not because this guy has good character, or not because this guy showed some kind of positive influence somewhere. That's usually something that comes second and third. So that general mentality, and I guess is Western culture for the most part, but in the general culture, I think that perpetuates what we call pimp player culture, but it's put under pimp player culture because the pimp player thing is usually
Yeah,
attached to the black community.
yeah. See, let me jump in there real quick. You see, my problem with the whole thing is that none of it is good. Pimp culture, player culture,
No, no,
hustler
I
culture,
agree,
none of it is any
but
good. And,
but the
and my
pimps
whole
are
thing is,
not
you see
pushing
that,
that.
right. But you see, it derives from pimp culture. The behavior, all of it comes from pimp culture. Now, whether the pimps are out here themselves pushing it don't matter anymore. The damage has already been done. And the problem is that it's allowed to continue. The Negroes today ain't doing nothing to stop it. You see, when I was growing up, that shit wasn't allowed. I didn't see no pimps in my neighborhood. They wasn't allowed in our neighborhood. They wasn't allowed around our schools. I didn't know about no goddamn pimp until I was damn near 21.
I'm gonna
I
be
didn't know what the hell
honest.
a pimp was.
I actually grew up next door to one, and I actually, I mean, he's no longer that. You know, brother got to the church, changed, and all of that. But like, I grew up around him and a couple of older guys in the streets who had a similar mentality. So I do understand that, and I've been around that. Um,
Yeah,
it's
but what's
just
to
that,
understand though? I don't understand. Like, what do you
no, no,
understand about their
no.
mentality
So
that's good?
I understand where it comes from, and I understand those people because I
Yeah, but I
grew up
understand where
around
it
them.
comes from too, but it doesn't mean that it fits in our society. It's destroying our society. I'm not going to sit up here and say that I understand where these guys come from and make some damn excuse about how cool it is. It's not cool. These are our women that they're out here destroying. These are our young boys that they're out here fucking up. And every time we bring this shit up, somebody want to try to find some slick way to glorify this shit. Look at what it's doing to our young boys. A lot of them are walking around here hating girls at the age of 13 or 14. As a black man, I ain't proud of no shit like that. That's an embarrassment. And that's a failure that's an epic failure on our part as black leaders in our community. That's an epic failure. Go ahead, my brother. Is he still there? Did he fall off? T, you still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
Hey, Frankie, take over for 1 second when he comes back. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, Max doesn't find any acceptable reason because whoa, you gotta mute your
Okay,
YouTube.
okay, hold on.
YouTube. All right.
You hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
Now, what I was trying to get the brother to understand
wait.
was,
Go to your YouTube tab. Hit pause on it. You still be able to see the comment.
all right, hold on. All right, I got it on pause. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You don't hear no echoes or nothing like that?
No, I still hear but it's only
But
when
it's
I'm
only when
talking.
I'm.
So there's
So
more than
there's
one
more than
voice
one
that needs to be
that needs to
muted.
be muted.
But
Okay.
it's more so when you do it. So I'm gonna mute.
All right. All right, you hear me clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, this is what I was trying to say. Now, I think the brother was taking it as if I was somehow making an excuse for that kind of mentality, and that's not what I was doing. What I was trying to say.
Okay. Did you drop off? Hello? Shooks,
You
now
hear me?
okay? Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
I'm clear?
Yeah. I'm gonna just
Yeah.
mute up
Oh,
so you
yeah.
I'm
can
just mute up
talk.
Okay.
so you can talk.
All right. Well, what I'm trying to say is, in the example that I tried to get a brother is, it's almost like, for instance, you see the young boys in the street selling drugs. Now, from a person on the outside looking in, a lot of people would say, oh, they should know better. They're the reason why the community is fucked up. They. But since I've been in those shoes before, I understand the thinking that that young boy has. A lot of times when you're young and you grew up around that environment, the only thing you're thinking, depending on what your situation is in the streets, is to get enough money to either sometimes get something to eat, or sometimes you're a very immature, misguided person, and you're trying to get money to get a whole bunch of extra clothes and stuff that's bullshit. But a lot of that is a certain mentality that comes from a lot of negativity that's already in the hood. But to just point the finger at the young boys and say, you're the problem, you're the problem, you're the problem, is better to understand the thing in the whole context. And this is not making an excuse for it. But but to uh just point in one direction without understanding how it got that way and what keeps it going is not really a fair argument. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? And it's similar
right,
to the whole pimp thing. I'm
right,
not glorifying none of that.
but the problem I have with what you're saying
Whoa, hold
is
on.
that,
You got your YouTube playing in the background again.
wow, we got a mad echo. Yeah, we got a echo.
All right, I'm gonna mute up.
Okay. Yeah, the problem with what you're saying is this, right? I can't blame a little boy for doing wrong when he's never been taught to do right. You see, it's up to the adult males in that community to rid that community of things like drugs and bad people. You see, the community that I grew up in, all of the fathers on the block took complete control and responsibility for the neighborhood. There were no drug dealers in my neighborhood, so there was no drugs to buy. There was nothing for me to watch as a little boy. So I never caught on to drug culture, pimp culture, never thought about selling drugs because there was none in my neighborhood because the fathers wouldn't allow it. You see, we sit up here and we say the environment, this is all that's in the environment, but you see, it's up to us as strong leaders to make sure that that stuff isn't in the environment so it doesn't affect our young boys. And to your thing about the woman going for the guy with the fancy car and the nice girls, again, that falls on us because if we're raising young men to be derelict and to be whoremongers, right, and glorifying when they sell drugs or they pimp women out, they got in our neighborhood with a shiny car or whatever, this is what the woman is going to see. If they're allowed to be in the neighborhood like that, then this is what she's going to see, and this is what she's going to equate to being a good man. Again, that's our failure.
That's not black culture. That's the culture in general.
In our community of this matter, of this nature.
That is the culture of the day. That is not black culture. is the point that I was trying to make. That
Right,
whole
but we
pimp type culture.
right.
That's not just coming from us. That's what
No,
everybody sees.
I never said that it's black culture. What I'm saying is that it's up to us to do something about it.
And I
It's like
agree
if
with it.
it's like if you got a house and you leave your door open and a wild dog coming to start fighting everybody in your house, you're gonna do something about it. So I'm not gonna sit up here and say and point a finger at a young boy who don't know any better when it's supposed to be strong man leadership around him making sure that he doesn't go down that path. And eliminating those obstacles that's in his way.
Now
Same
let
thing
me
with the
ask you this
female.
question.
You're
Let me
allowing these kind of derelict niggas to saturate your neighborhood, then yeah, that's what she's going to associate with being a good man.
all right, let
If
me
you
ask you
raise
this question real quick.
if you raise boys to be honorable, upstanding young men, then they will dominate the neighborhood.
Now, my quick question to you is this, because a lot of times the most effective leaders have to have been the problem at one time. For instance, like a Malcolm X or certain other people who can reach those who are lost. Because a lot of times, if you haven't lived a certain life, or if you haven't had once been the person with the wrong mindset, it'll be hard to reach your. Oh, hold on, brother. I'm gonna go on pause. They finished loading my truck. I'll be right back. Hold on.
All right. And I hear what the brother's saying, but again, it leads to not taking care of the environment. Okay, these types of things shouldn't be in the environment. If they are in the environment, then the male leadership should be active in the environment, getting rid of these things. These things shouldn't be out there for our young boys to see and take hold of. Okay, or get used to. These things were never in my neighborhood. I never sold a drug in my life. I'm not a drug dealer. I never wanted to be a drug dealer. I didn't see any drug deals I didn't see that stuff until I was already growing out of the house. That wasn't allowed in my neighborhood. I didn't see any pimps in my neighborhood. Okay? And the girls on my block like the boys on the block because they were being raised by good parents. They had they had a good upbringing. That's what was in the neighborhood. Almost all of the dudes that I grew up with in my neighborhood are all happily married because they grew up with good values. Now, if you're allowing these derelicts to come in your community, pimping out and smoking crack and weed and all of that, and they got the fancy cars and shit, well, this is what, if the girl sees all of this, well, this is what she's going to think is a good man. At some point, many of them are going to see it. Okay, well, this nigga must be hot because he's being allowed to be in the community. Ain't nobody stepping to him. I don't see any elders stepping to him. I don't see any elders running around the neighborhood. When these guys tried to come in our neighborhood, it was like them walking into a fucking wall because the parents didn't play that shit. They didn't want that around their kids. They didn't want that in their environment. I used to see parents sitting on the porch, cleaning their guns, waiting for a motherfucker to walk down there who don't belong out there. So I'm not into this. Well, this is all you see. It shouldn't be all they see. This is not up to one black man. It's up to all of the black men that live in that area. People act like I'm saying, well, one black man should change the world. No. Every black man in that area should be dealing with that situation. Not just one black man. So these things shouldn't be in the environment. Okay, I'm not into all of this. Well, this is the only thing in the environment. I'm into correcting the situation before it gets out of hand. You see this shit coming in your environment, you get it the fuck. You got kids. You got kids in this environment. You get this shit out of your environment so your kid don't see this shit. That's how what happened, man. When you came up, man, your mic wasn't working. Dang.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I need you to take over for me one more time, okay? I'll be right back.
All right. All right. You watching? You back on?
Yeah, you hear me clear?
Yeah, but I'm also picking up that echo. Make sure
Oh, that's
YouTube.
probably the, all right, it's probably the truck. Let me turn it off real quick.
Mhm.
All right, you hear anything different?
Let's see.
I just turned the truck off.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just mute up because it's still picking up me. Every time I talk, I hear echo, so it might be just me. I'm gonna mute up. You go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
Okay, because I keep hearing that what would have been done in someone else's community, and so I'm curious, what community did the brother come up in, and what time period was this? If he's still there.
Yeah. I grew up in Jersey City, man. I come from out of the late '60s, '70s. Okay, I grew
Oh,
up at a
Jersey
time
City?
where, yeah,
Hold on, brother. I'm from Jersey. That's the hood.
yeah,
Like it's
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like I don't live too far from there. So my
yeah.
so my point
I grew up
is,
on the White. Hold on, I grew up on the White Street between Ocean and Garfield.
all right, now,
If you ever been
and
down there,
I'm
there used to be
sure,
that. If you ever been down there, there used to be a big grocery store in the corner, ran by some Koreans. It's probably owned by Spanish now, but the guy used to be
all right.
his name used to be Mr. Cool.
The reason, oh shit, damn. Hold on, I'll be right back, brother. I gotta go get this paperwork.
Yeah, man, no doubt. Handle your handle. Yeah, so like I was saying, you know, I'm not saying the brother's making excuses, but I'm not trying to hear that if this is the only thing in the environment. If this is the only thing in the environment, that leads me right back to my point: failed black male leadership. It shouldn't be the only thing your young boys see in the environment. Where are the males? What are they doing if this is all they see in the environment? You see, when you say this is the only thing you see in the environment, what you're telling me is that the males in the environment are fucking derelict. They're not doing anything to get the shit out of the environment. And they don't give a fuck about what child sees it. They don't give a damn about niggas in there shooting the place up, smoking, shooting up, cracking up. They don't give a fuck. That goes to the male leadership in the environment.
Hey, Max. Brother, introducing Brother Rob.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Did Rob come up?
Okay,
There you
he's
go.
back.
Yeah, introducing Brother Rob to the panel. Let me finish this real quick, Brother Rob. And like I'm saying, right? And if you, like, I'm not saying that this is all on one black man. I'm saying it's all on every black man that live in that community. If your community is saturated with this kind of shit, and this is what your children are seeing, then that is a failure on your part. That's a failure on every black leader or elder in that damn community. Because that should not be the only thing that your children see when they get up and go outside. Everybody, let's welcome Brother. What the hell?
Yo,
Hello.
I'm here, Max. What's happening, family?
Oh, what's going on, brother? Everybody, let's welcome Bro Rob to the panel.
Peace and love to you, dang Frankie.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was listening to the brother, and I don't know T Wash, and I'm just giving my opinion in general. So this is not directed towards anybody. I can only
Handle your handle, Rob.
yeah.
I'm going
Okay. I can only really speak from my lens. You know, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? I'm a 79th Street kid, you know? And so it is some facts to what Max is saying. Look, right? Around, you know, we all was in the street, you know what I mean? You know, I was out there, but I come from good stock. You know what I'm saying? I had good parents. I just decided to gang bang, right? But anyway, my pops and other fathers in the neighborhood around 4:30. That's what time they start coming home. I'm trying to tell y'all, stone cold killers is leaving the block when the fathers come home, fam. Niggas went to the park, niggas went up to the liquor store, hung out by the liquor store, but wasn't nobody chilling on the block when the fathers came home. You know what I'm saying? So it's facts to what both of them saying. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I'm getting a phone call as soon as I hop on the panel. But you know, that's all I want to say. Let me take this call. I'm gonna be right back. Let me take this call.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I lived in the country. We didn't necessarily had pimps. They were. I didn't notice them, or didn't know anything about them. I didn't see them. I didn't even know if there was any prostitute. I ain't saying they weren't there. Just didn't see them, or I didn't recognize what they were, because they kept that stuff quiet in the country. Drug dealers, I didn't start seeing that until my 20s. Like everything that was happening in major cities was hitting the country slower. God dang it. Yeah, everything was hitting a little slower. So when the drugs start coming, that's when around the time I start seeing absentee fathers. At the time they were called absentee fathers. Now they call baby daddies. You know, you see, I who, you know, my parents never married, didn't really know my father. He wasn't in my life. I was a rarity. I had friends who was a product of divorce, and they had their dad part time. You know, but I was one of the few that didn't have their father, because my father never married my mother, or he never was involved in my life. I had a few where they were product of divorce. Their father died, when they were young. I had that. And over time, as I got older, I started seeing more and more baby daddies, more and more kids who fathers not in their household or not in their life. And yeah, so now it's almost becoming common, when I was like a rarity or uncommon thing, So now what's coming common is those whose father ain't in their life, and and what's becoming a rarity is those whose father was is in their life, Mm-hmm. Either the married,
Okay,
the married one is married.
okay, Dame, I'm back. Thanks
Mm-hmm.
for taking over. Jump back in. Yeah, like I was saying, so when I hear this is because I've heard this story before. And I'm not saying T. Washington is up here making excuses or whatever. I'm not saying that, but I've heard this from a lot of brothers. Especially the ones who sold drugs to their own people in the neighborhood, right? It's the same old goddamn song. Well, this is all I could do. I can sell drugs. This is what was out there. You see, when that is all that's out there, then you raise young boys into being terrible men, irresponsible men who do nothing but make excuses for doing wrong things. Okay? These are the type of men that are raised under that kind of leadership, terrible leadership. See, when you have this kind of negativity in your environment. As black men, it should be a collective effort to get rid of this negativity in that environment. Okay, your children should not be coming outside to play and running into drug dealers or drug addicts or pimps. Women, that they shouldn't walk outside of their door, in front of their door, and see men beating up women. Okay, seeing pimps across the street dressed like drag queens. They shouldn't see dope dealers on the corner. That shouldn't be something that they see in their immediate neighborhood. Maybe in the outskirts of the town where you can't control everything, but in your neighborhood, in your immediate community, this is not something that they should be seeing, because the men should be working together to make sure that that kind of element isn't in the environment. So like I said, I'm not saying this is the effort of one black man. It is the effort of a collective of black men in that community. And this is all it's the failure of every adult male leader, so-called leader in that environment. Yeah, my brother. I gotta go on mute, y'all. I'll be right back.
I'll be with y'all in a minute.
Okay. We got truck drivers on the panel. So as I was saying, so I was in the middle. I grew up seeing responsible black men and irresponsible black men. I seen some of them as responsible as when they did something wrong and there was a like they fooled around on their wives and there was a child involved. They still they owned up to it. Well, yeah, and they took responsibility for the child. They was in their child's life, Child wasn't in their household, but they dictated things with their children. Their children was going to church. Their children, one of them, he's a businessman, he's a plumber. His children became his helpers. Yeah, the ones in his marriage, the ones outside the marriage, they all knew each other.
All right, my fault, Dave. Thank you. I'm back. That's all. Oh no, you didn't have to stop your wisdom. I was just letting you know I was back. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right then. Yeah. So he did wrong. He created a child, but he claimed his child. He was involved in his child's life, and he made sure his children knew each other. They are fully brothers. There's no half this or nothing. That's my brother, and they that close. Even though they have different mamas, they're that close. And he trained them in a skill that no matter what happened, you're gonna always need, plumbers, carpenter, electrician. And so I saw that kind of irresponsible responsibility. He stepped out on his marriage, but he claimed his children. He was responsible for his children, and he was involved in other young men in the community. He gave them jobs. They were his helpers. He helped them get trained and certified in whichever one they wanted to do: plumbing, carpentry, electrician. But they gotta want to do it. They got some, they don't want to do beyond helper or assistant or low level. But hey, he worked with them where they were at, and his children do the same thing. And but I've also seen ones that turn away from their kids, not claim their kids, don't claim their kids until decades later. Now the child is mad. I won't have nothing to do with it. I don't want your name no more. I'm not sure I ain't having your name. Forget that. I've seen that. Yeah, and so I've seen men who took in boys in the community, because in their terms, Boys deal with men deal with boys, and women deal with women. The most they might do is point it out. They'd be like, okay, young lady, you wrong. You need to go back where you go. You go do something. You don't need to be where you at. And if the young lady, they still see it, they'll go to their wives or the women in the community and say, look, this young lady needs some help. I don't know why she's down the corner. Whatever she's doing, or if he knows her parents personally, he'll go directly to her parents, grandparents, guardian, whoever, and find out what's going on. But as for the men, the boys, they will pull up on them and like, they'll correct that. When I was younger, they go as far as to get physically pull them out in line. You know, you need to pull them by their, what they call it, the shirt collar, or talk to them, or whatever they need. Boy doing something that requires discipline, they don't care that they not your father. They gonna discipline you. But that's not there today. Now, yeah, either they don't do it, that's not my child, attitude, or they might sue me, or I might go to jail over it. Mm-hmm. But if not, you can at least tell the parents or see what's going on. Why this child's free to go do this and that. But now these men are gone or dying. They too sick to be in the community like that anymore. Next generation, there's less of them. You know, if I was to take it, all the men where I was growing up who were men and responsible and part of the community like that. Now, my generation, there's half of us. I don't know what's going on, but there's less instead of more. I can speculate on what's going on. We've seen certain elements in there, but still, it don't account for so many attitudes. And then you get to the next generation, and next was a little less. So we gotta nip this attitude, the pimp attitude, the Mac attitude, the irresponsible attitude, we need to bring the gentleman back and make them understand being a gentleman is not a weak thing. It's not a one word. Gentleman encompasses more than manners. Because we getting backwards. There's less and less.
You mind if I weigh in on that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it go hand in hand. You see, like the brother was saying earlier, young ladies gravitate toward the man that got the money and the cars. What we have to do is we have to teach at home, at school, at church, at the mosque, that the intelligent brother is the brother that you want to go for. The brother that's gonna be a good father, that's the man that you want to spend the rest of your life with. You see, and then vice versa on the flip side, fathers, we have to teach our sons, right? To you have to value a woman. Look, this is what I teach my sons. I got 2 boys. I got skin in the game. I got 2 boys. They grown now though, but I got skin in the game. And this is what I taught them. Look, if all you see is curves, oh man, you didn't set yourself up. If that's all you see, you better go by her house and see how she treat her daddy. See how she interact with her family. What type of habits do she have? How did you meet her? Where did you meet her? All of these things are important. Basically, what I tried to instill in them, right, is that you have to look at a woman as more than just some cum bucket, more than just some slut. She potentially might be the mother of your children, right? And then that act, sex, when you get to the act, keep in mind, you can lay down and get up with something that you can't get rid of. So all these things is gravity in the decision. You know what I'm saying? And then, I just got to say this in terms of raising children. I actively work in CPS, Chicago Public Schools. I changed my role recently. I had been in administration for a number of years, but I decided to go back to the classroom. Now, this might sound harsh, but I don't give a fuck. Hey, check this out. I tell kids don't tell me shit. You can have your opinion, but goddamn it, when I say you need to study harder, you ain't gonna tell me what for. You gonna fucking do it. You see? And the weakness that we have, children eat that shit up. We have to give them structure. They love structure. If you give it to them, we give them too many options. Look, these are your options when you fucking with me. And they go for any of the men that I mentored, that's men and gay families now, my players now, my students now. Look, these are your two options when you fucking with me. You either gonna do good or you gonna do good. That's it. It ain't nothing else. You don't have to be perfect. You just gotta be willing. That's it. We give kids too many options. Hey, if you choose to be gay, what if your mama and your daddy was gay? Don't you see? You not here, nigga. You see? Oh man, I view the civil rights movement as this. And they 16 years old talking about how they view the civil rights movement. Boy, shut your dumb ass up. Look, you need to read this, and then you need to go and listen to this, and this. How many of us can speak with authority when our children bring something that they heard on the internet from one of these fucking nuts? How many of y'all can speak with authority and tell them that they don't know what they talking about? The truth be told, us as grown people, what we didn't do when we was young, that shit is echoing now. Some of us had parents that was on that shit. Some of us fathers wasn't there. Some of our mothers maybe had low morals. You are fucking grown now, and you know right from wrong. You know right from motherfucking wrong. And if you choose to do wrong, the sins of the father. Yes, sir. That the reason why that statement is old is because it's true. The sins of the father. You see, it don't say about the sins of the mother. Weak ass nigga talking about what they ain't got and what they ain't doing and all, because you ain't leading them. That's why. That's why. I don't worry about when my wifey just went out on the town this past Friday. I didn't go with her. She went out with her girls. Nigga, you think I'm at home worrying about what she doing when I ain't there? Hell no. You think I'm going through her phone and looking through her DMs and Messenger and all of that shit? Hell no. And the reason why is because of how I carry myself. I respect her. And I talk to her like she got some sense. I respect her mind, her body. She's beautiful to me in every way. It's not another woman that can give me what she give me. That's why y'all don't get my attention. I'm married. I ain't blind. Yes, I see that some of the sisters that be in the chat and on YouTube, I see that some of y'all cute and some of y'all beautiful. Some of y'all fucking drop dead goddamn gorgeous. But in no way am I going to put in jeopardy what I have built with and what I got. I value my family. I value the image that my sons got in their mind. Every morning, they see me. At baseball practice, nigga, I was there. They football games, nigga, I was there. Yelling and shit. Why don't you block some fucking body? And you know what I'm saying? And those memories, right? That is what they have in their mind as a man. And so they got a natural swagger that women are attracted to because they carry themselves with the confidence that I modeled in front of them. They know how a woman is supposed to respect them because they see how their mother respect me. I don't know everything, fam. Man, hey, I done made so many mistakes in my life. I can tell you what not to do, right? But I am willing to put it all on the line for our people. I fight. This is the first summer that I've been off. I'm just a little selfish. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on my old school. I'm about to put my firewall in today and hopefully get working on my floor. You know, I'm putting together a 67 Camaro. So this is the first summer that I done literally had off in the last 15 years. I just don't go around bragging, nigga. If you want to see the community change, do some fucking work. Instead of sitting at home on your couch at 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock, listening to the narrative that they've been pumping in our mind for decades now. If that's the only narrative you got from NBC and ABC and Fox and CNN, if that's the only narrative that you got of our people, I understand why you hate black people. Because that fucking narrative come from white people. So I understand why you hate us. I get it. I fucking get it. You need to listen to Max more. Maybe some people, listen to some people on YouTube that actually like black people. And then maybe by fucking osmosis or something, maybe you'll start fucking liking them. You know, maybe pick up a book, Up from Slavery or something. Then you will find out that Booker T. Washington actually isn't a coon. He's the ultimate spook that sat by the door. The ultimate example of that. You see? But sitting around wasting fucking time listening to motherfuckers on YouTube that don't know what the fuck they talking about. All these crazy narratives, we Indians and all this crazy shit. If you gonna sit around and listen to their ass and listen to CNN, you're gonna continue to think the same fucking thoughts that's counterproductive for our community. So I come and I listen and everything, and then when the stream is over, if I got time, I'm gonna do some work. That's what the fuck I'm gonna do. Guess what I'm gonna do, fam? I'm gonna go and find 15 black little boys between the ages of 5 and 7, and I'm gonna start fall baseball. Now, why would you do that, brother Rob? Can't you see the image of 30, 40 black families out there barbecuing, getting along, kicking it, and I'm teaching they little sons some life skills while we playing baseball. Never give up, nigga. You see, those was the words of John Lewis. Never give up. Never give up. I'm done. Oh, nigga, I can keep going.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see if Mr. T.
Yeah, I'm
Wash
done.
wants. All right, you on, Mr. Wash? You want to say anything?
Let me just mute off. Hold on.
You just put it back on.
All right, you hear me?
I challenge content creators. Man, look, don't say nothing
Y'all hear me?
negative.
Yeah,
Don't say nothing negative about black folks
pause.
for a week.
Ooh, okay, all right. We still picking up echo every time we talk.
Y'all hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
All right. The main thing I wanted to get across earlier is to take it easy on how we criticize people who either were criminals in the past or are so-called criminals. Because to tell you the truth, some of the most wisdom and positive talks that I got came from winos and dope addicts. This might sound crazy, but even though they was doing what they was doing and we knew who they were, some of them gave us the best advice and encouraged us to do the wrong thing. This is why, like, I'm hesitant about broad brushing or talking down to everybody who might not be at their best at that time. Anybody want to respond to that? Because, like, I'm from the hood and I'm out of there. I work my way out of there and I teach my kids differently, but I can never bring myself to look down on the people that are still there. And I'm not accusing nobody of doing that. What I'm saying is there's just as many good quality, great character people who are still back there, and not everybody is at their best at this time. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself. Hold on.
That shows. Okay, yes, there are some people. They do have a wisdom of their own, but
Okay, I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're saying that everybody's not the best at their time. Well, that's not what we're talking about, bro. I never questioned that about anybody. I'm not at my best all the time. My whole thing was this here, right? You talked about if that's all they see in the community. If that's all that our young people see, then that's the failure of the male leaders in that community. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about being at your best sometime or being at your time. It's about being at your problem as a black male leader that you know is temperament to your environment. That shouldn't be the only thing that your kids see. I think he's bugging that. He's probably driving.
All right, you hear me?
No, Rob, you good, man. Why don't you jump on it? You good, T?
All right. My man,
Yeah,
I'm not accusing anybody of nothing like that. The only thing I'm saying is the problems that we're talking about in the community today has been going on in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s. It depends on what the environment was and the poverty level. So there is some differences today, but a lot of today's problems are symptoms of something bigger, and it's not necessarily just a bunch of black men being fucked up. This is a total cultural problem, mixed in with racism, mixed in with this, mixed in with that, so on and so forth. I just want to make sure that we're not putting it all on people who are still in the community, because one of the things I do hear from a lot of our people, even some of our progressive people who are trying to promote the right thing about our community, a lot of times we point our finger back at people who They might not be in the best position to help, but their character and who they are is just as good as the so-called mayor or congressman who's a black man who ain't doing a damn thing for the community. Just being a face and talking the talk, but not walking the walk. Some of the people with the best with the least resources got the best intention. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But go ahead.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. You're talking to a hard era, bro.
For what?
A hard era that was inhabited by hard. They didn't give a damn about politics, whatever. They relied on themselves. They relied on each other. When something went down in the community, they went out there and got it. They called no politicians. Nobody.
What community are you talking
about? They took it upon themselves to go out there and make sure corrected. So when you say
those
that
type of men exist in every community,
60s, the 70s, the 80s, well, the issue I have with that is that may have been going on in those particular cities, but not in those particular communities between a certain time. Now, it may be in the community now. Well, actually, it is in the community now. Because the Negro in the community now won't make shit. Okay?
Let's keep
now,
in mind.
Nobody is taking away from the brothers who are here and playing for the community. I'm one of them brothers. Okay? I ain't taking away from the like that.
Hold on, Matt. P. Washington, Matt. Okay, P. Washington, you need to mute. Nobody can hear Matt. The echo is getting real bad. All right, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, you know, I'm talking about the derelict niggas who are in this community, and what they're doing is they're trying to undo all the hard work that the good brothers are doing in this community. And they have put their fucking face out in public, right, trying to make us all look bad. These are the brothers that I'm striking back against, not the good, hard-working brothers in the community who are making it happen. Not them. I'm talking about these sissy bim niggas, these motherfuckers that hate black women. This is who I'm talking about. And one thing I don't do is make excuses. You understand? Because I grew up in the time where the brothers, I saw men that I grew up under, didn't make excuses. They went out and they took care of shit. My father and his crew on the block, when some shit went down, they got out there and they handled it. Ain't nobody called the hell. They ain't even called the goddamn cops. They went out and took care of shit themselves. And nobody went on no politician or give a fuck about a politician. You understand what I'm saying? And so the brothers today, there ain't no excuse for you not to be in your goddamn community making it happen, getting together and making it happen. It ain't happening because a lot of niggas are irresponsible and fucking terrorists. They don't give a fuck about where they come from. They don't give a fuck about the people in their environment. That's why shit's the way it is right now. And it's because of what's been going on since the 50s, the 60s, and 70s. You're right, it was going on, but it wasn't going on in all of those communities where the brothers stood up for their communities and monitored their communities and took care of their communities. Now, it might be going on today because
what would you say changed that situation?
Who are fucking effeminate and shit, and they're cowards. It might be saturated in their communities. But I'm telling you right now, as a product of the late 60s and 70s, the shit wasn't happening in the communities that I grew up in and that my friends grew up in because the fathers, they didn't play that shit.
What would you say happened to the fathers after your era? What are the things that changed that situation?
Drugs, jail, because a lot of the brothers back then, they weren't afraid of the police. A lot of them went to jail for murdering white folks. A lot of them got shot and stuff like that. And what happened, it left a void. And then when crack came on the scene in 85 or whatever, it took off like wildfire and pretty much broke the foundation of the black family. And we've never been the same since.
And that's the point of view I'm talking to. Like, I totally get where you're coming from, but since it's already fucked up and we know how it got like that, we have to start from where we are, and because it's a really broken situation. You know what I'm saying? So being from that community, having drug addicts and winos in my family, and going through all of that shit, I understand that side. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why I can't look at, or like always look at the people in the community as, oh, you gotta change, which they absolutely do. But it's so much bigger than that. It takes an all hands on deck different approach than we would approach it from, let's say, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, because there's a whole, like the community is still recovering from that shit. The prison population like quadrupled, like between the 70s and the 90s. Within that time period, it quadrupled. So we gotta approach it from a different angle. You know what I'm saying? Like, we still got them hard dudes in the hood. We still got manly men out there, but a lot of them ended up caught up in that situation, and it's not us making excuses, but that's what the situation is. It's still families that's fractured and trying to rebuild and repair themselves. We not far from removed from the crack era, along with a lot of the other situations. But go ahead. Like, I gotta be careful because I'm driving.
Okay. All right. I hear what you're saying, but here's again, my thing is this, right? The responsibility lies on us. Now, the community is broken. It's up to us to fix it. If you got a bunch of garbage that's been dumped in front of your door or dumped in your community, you got a big garbage mound, it has to be removed. So that means people have to get garbage bags, shovels, brooms, whatever they got to do, and get out there and start moving that garbage. The problem is the garbage is in the middle of the community and nobody wants to pick up a bag, nobody wants to pick up a shovel or a broom or nothing. That's the problem. People want to sit back and talk about, dang, that's a big mound of garbage there in the fucking middle of the neighborhood. Anybody gonna clean that up? I don't know, man. Yeah, it's been there for quite a while. See, that's the difference between the mentality from where I come from and the mentality now. You see, where I come from, that mound of garbage would have been cleaned up. It would have been cleaned up immediately because the men in that community would have went out there with bags, shovels, rakes, whatever they had to do to get that garbage out of the community. Today's Negro is okay with sitting back and talking about the garbage in the community rather than going to grab some bags and clean this shit up. They want to talk about how it got there, and they want to continue to talk about how it got there and how fucked up it is that somebody dumped garbage in the middle of the neighborhood, but no one is cleaning it up. No one. And then somebody can dump more garbage in the neighborhood. And it stays there. Hold on, I'm almost done. And it adds to the garbage that's already there. Nobody cleaned that up, so they ain't gonna clean up the new garbage that's there. Then someone else comes along and dumps more garbage over there, and nobody's cleaning it up. Now you got an entire goddamn community filled with nothing but garbage, and nobody is doing anything about it. That's the problem today. Not what happened. Yeah, what happened happened. But are we going to stay broken? Or are we going to get out there and start making repairs? Are we going to get out there and start fixing our community? See, I keep hearing about how, you know what, we can't blame this happening and where this and where that. Yeah, I can, because we're not doing anything about it. We're just talking about it.
Okay, let me respond.
Nobody is grabbing any trash bags. Nobody is grabbing any shovels, rakes, brooms, nothing. The garbage is just sitting there getting bigger. That's the problem I have. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, now, I'm going to repeat again. We got to stop always pointing the finger at the people who are still there. One of the problems that we do have is when we have successful people from the community, how many of those people stay in the community and help to fix it?
If you're in the hood right now, if you're in the hood right now, and you're not doing anything to clean up that garbage, then I am going to point the finger at you. I am going to point the finger at you.
Okay, so
because you're not doing anything
in the neighborhood, it's just the people there. Is that what you're saying?
If the people there see that fact, if they're not doing anything to clean it up, then you damn right are going to point the finger at them because they're complicit.
And okay, then who else is part of that problem? Just the people in the community? Huh?
What do you mean? Who else is a part of the problem?
The reason why I asked that question is because, again, you're pointing to the people who still live in the community. Yet we have doctors, lawyers. Hold on. We have doctors, lawyers, CEOs, athletes, movie entertainers, all that shit. They move out. So are you saying that they have no responsibility to the community because they made it and everybody else, like, help me understand where you're going at?
No, they don't have no more responsibility. They left the community. The responsibility is on the people that live in that community. We can't worry about who left. What we got to worry about is who there. Even when you play football, right? And you got superstars on the football team, right? And some of your superstars go down. What the coach say? I can't worry about who's not here. I got a coach who's here. That's what we got to do. We can't worry about who left the community. We have to deal with the people who are still in the community. And the people who are in the community have to clean that garbage up. And if they're not cleaning that garbage up and it's growing, they're complicit. What happened? Did he fall off?
He's muted.
Okay. Yeah, so like I'm saying, y'all, I'm not with it. Forget about who left. We can't do nothing about who left. But what we can do, we can do something about who's still there. And if you're still there and you care about that community, then you will clean the garbage up. If you don't give a damn about your community, then the garbage will stay there and it will continue to mount. It will continue to get bigger. I'm not looking to pass the buck. If we live in a community, that's where we live, and we give a damn about where we live. It's our responsibility to go clean that garbage up. The hell with who left.
Okay, Mr. T. Washington, go ahead. Let's see. I don't know if he's having problems with his mic or not. Okay, he gotta unmute himself. Yeah, well, I think what he was trying to go was, hey, what about those that's left? Okay, we can't do anything about those that left. They chose to leave. They chose to be outside the community. So those who living in the community, living with it, they do where they at right now. Go ahead. Mr. T. Washington, you wanted to say something?
You hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, the brother keep taking what I'm saying the wrong way. A lot of people who are complaining, who are pointing fingers back and talking bad about the community, are those who left. A lot of those are the people who are talking shit. At the same time, there are people still in that community who are volunteering their time and trying their best. A lot of them don't have all the resources they need. It's not that simple where you look at all of these communities and the black men are just sitting back not doing nothing. That is not the case. There are a lot of men within that community who are doing the best they can with what.
What happened? Did he fall off? Hello?
Yeah, I think he fell off because he's not muted, and it seemed like
Oh no,
he fell
he's
off.
still up there.
Hmm.
He's still up there.
Yeah. Oni Dorset said, "Kids, listen to men. We need more
Again,
masculine black,
again, this is a,
more."
this is an argument that's leading down the road of excuses. I don't care about who left the community and what they're saying about it. They're no longer in the community. There's a problem in the community, and those of us who are left, this is where we live. If we give a damn about where we live and we care about our children and our women, then we need to get together and go in that community and handle our business. And it's not really a matter of resources. Your greatest resource is in your unity. Because I've seen that growing up.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, people on the block didn't even have to call contractors when things were broken in their homes. Because somebody on the block had something that could repair what was broken. They all worked together. Their greatest resource was unity. That's
Now,
what their
unity.
greatest resource was.
The only thing I'm saying is a lot of the black men who are still in the community, they are just as progressive, they are just as positive with good character, and they're doing the best they can. So to broad brush each community because it's not where it need to be, as if the men are not doing nothing, is not true. And a
No, I'm
lot of
not
the
broadcasting anybody like that. I think you're
and these are
misunderstanding
not
what I'm saying, brother.
and these brothers are not making excuses, and I'm not making excuses. I'm
Yeah,
just calling it like I see it.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not talking about brothers who are working in their community cleaning up the garbage. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people who are left in the community and the garbage is there and no one is doing anything to remove it. If you are in your community and the garbage is there and you live there and you're not doing anything, or the men in the community not doing anything to remove that garbage, and you're complicit, you don't give a damn about your community or the people that live in it. And this ain't got nothing to do with who left. It has everything to do with who's still there.
Here's let me explain what I mean by the who left part. Now, a lot of these there are a couple of YouTube channels out there where a bunch of black men congregate on their success and how much they make and what they got, and a lot of them are the main ones who talk shit about the community, talking about Pookie and Ray Ray and how the black women are like this and that. Those are the ones who talk the most shit. And my point to that side is, if this is your community that you're from, what the fuck are you doing? Because still to this day, I can go back to my hood, and even though it's not where it needs to be, there are people still doing the best they can. And resources do matter. I mean, you do got some fucked up people, like in every community, who don't do nothing, who sit around, who try to depend on whatever. But part of a community is everybody, those who in, those who left. But if you left, don't say shit about the community. Those are the ones who got the biggest bullhorns, the ones who left. That's why I'm including those motherfuckers in it. But go ahead.
Yeah, but because they got the loudest voice, they are being thought of as being part of the community because they got the loudest voice. We need another voice to counteract that. And that's what we're trying to do here.
We have those people. We do have those people already.
Okay.
Y'all hear me?
Okay. So you know we have those people.
Excuse
Then
me?
how come if we got those people that's counteracting with their saying, why are we still hearing those loud voices? Apparently, we need more people counteracting their loud voices.
Everybody who's doing work in the community, who are doing the right thing, even those outside of the community who give back, don't always say what they do, they just do it.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and those really busy dealing with the community, they don't be there all the time know about what these social media are doing. Unless they out there and on the TV like the news.
And that's why I got to go back to my earlier thing, and the reason why I may have a different opinion from the way we view the people, or some people view the people back in the community, is because part of the reason why I made it, part of the reason why I am now living in a different situation, is because some of those former drug addicts, some of those winos, some of those gangsters actually guided us to the right direction. Even though they was fucking up, they say you gonna change, like they would encourage us. And I'm not making excuses for them, but I at least give them the props to give a shit about the next generation. And anytime some kid who was doing good in the community, who was known for going into college, they got protection and encouragement. So this is why, like, it's nuance to how we look at this situation. I can't look down on those brothers, even though, yeah, some of them are wrong and still doing wrong and are misleading at times. But I just got a lot of good wisdom, and I learned from a lot of good people who were in those negative situations. And most of them are doing better today. I know former drug dealers who now have children who are in college. And now these guys are working people, they're married, they're doing work in the community. These are the former criminals and the people who we will point fingers at and blame for everything. This is why we have to take a nuanced approach to how we deal with it. But go ahead.
Okay, well then I think it should be a case by case basis, because just like and I do know those that turned their life around, that changed, they more part of the community. But even they would say back then they were effing up, and that somebody turned them around or encouraged them to turn their life around. But nobody was telling them, pointing out this is wrong. Some of them they wouldn't change.
But actually, here's the thing. A lot of them who are doing that, they already know it's wrong. Like, that's the thing. And on top of that, because I remember being in that situation, they know it's wrong and they don't feel good about it. And I'm not making excuses for them.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand what it's like to have a mindset where you don't see no way out. And it's not excuses for it, but I remember what it was like thinking like that. Now that I'm older and more mature, I can look back and say, okay, now I get it. But a lot of those people who were doing the wrong thing, it's not that they're some kind of animals with no morals. Like, a lot of them are good people, but they're just in fucked up situations, and some of them are just fucked up. But a lot of them are not necessarily messed up people, and they're looking for a way out.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead.
Okay, I get your point. Yeah, they shouldn't be. If they changed and did all that, they shouldn't be held responsible for the past.
Yeah, let me jump in here real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so what you're saying is, right? We should be okay. So if brother goes to sell drugs to his own people, you're saying that he's just a good person in a bad situation. Because nobody is forced to sell drugs.
Okay, well, here we go again. Here we go again. Now, let me ask you this. Have you ever sold drugs?
No.
Have you ever lived on the streets where, you kind of like was damn near homeless?
Yeah, I've been through that situation. Yeah.
Now, do you remember what it was like when you couldn't find no other means of income during that time, where your thoughts was, at least for a short period of time?
Absolutely, I know what my thoughts.
The reason why I bring that up is that's why I bring up a Malcolm X. That's why I bring up a Jay-Z. A lot of successful brothers today, they weren't always where they needed to be. And a lot of times, yes, selling drugs is wrong. And I don't condone that shit at all. But I'm not going to turn around and look down on those brothers as if they're some kind of animals destroying their entire community. They're a product.
Well,
They're
okay,
a product. They're a
all right, then
product
what would
of
you
a
call?
total breakdown of a
Right,
culture.
if they're not animals destroying their own community, what would you call a brother that would use a young boy, right, to carry drugs and put that boy in harm's way? What would you call
That's
that?
absolutely a fucked up person. That's absolutely a fucked up person. Because they're basically using that child's life, throwing that child's life away for their own personal benefit. I don't condone shit like that. But I'm not going to look down on that part of the street culture and blame the entire situation on them.
I don't
Like
know
I
what
like I,
I don't know what's to be proud of about that part of the street culture.
I did not one time say nothing that I was proud of it. What I'm
I
saying is
don't
I
know. I don't know what
understand.
to like, but
What
I
I'm
don't know
saying
what
is
to look down on.
what I'm saying is I understand the people. I was one of them, and I understand how it can end up like that. Like I know a lot of those people, and I have to mention again, a lot of their character is just as good as the character of the educated coon who made it out of the community, who has an opportunity to help, but he doesn't help. He takes campaign money and spends it on himself and rubs shoulders with other people at dinner parties, playing like the face of the community. But then we look down on the young boy with a couple of crack rocks in his pocket, and we blame everything on him. That's why it's
But
a nuanced way.
all I can say
We
is,
gotta look at this.
when you selling drugs to your people, right? And you see the condition of the person that you selling the drugs to, that person is already screwed up, and you continue to sell them things that's going to make them even worse, right? I be careful who I call a coon.
Oh, I call coons. I don't give a fuck because I've seen a lot of these dudes and who they associate themselves with, and who will talk down on their own community at the same time, uh, volunteering policies
And Jay Z
who will
is a
fuck up the
sellout.
community. Well, it depends on, hey, to you, he's a sellout. I don't with everything he did with the NFL shit and certain other things. But at the same time, there are people who did those fucked up things, and now they're some of the best advocates for changing the community today.
No, wait a minute.
And besides,
Oh, I misspoke.
what happened?
I misspoke. Jay Z isn't a sellout. Yeah.
All right, well, a lot of these politicians are fucking sellouts who are in a position and who compromise themselves because they start playing other people's game and they start pointing the finger back at their own community and start giving wordplay while they up there in those positions. So if we're gonna blame somebody for the community, we need to look at those motherfuckers who's supposed to be representing the community who play games with the other side.
Can't blame who's not in the community, my brother.
What you mean, congressmen and mayors and all of these motherfuckers who's supposed to be the face of the community, who's supposed to be advocates for the community, you don't say nothing to them, but you look at a young boy with 2 fucking crack rocks in his pocket, or a wino who's sitting on a bench, who may have
It's
made
up to
fucked up decisions.
It's up to the leadership in the
Oh, man.
community to address those politicians. You see, everything falls back on us as leaders. We're supposed to be putting pressure on the politicians.
All right, so you're saying that, oh, hold on, I gotta make, this is a turn I gotta pay attention to. Hold on. Go ahead, bro.
it's up to the male leadership in the community to it's up to shout out to the verbal assassin. Hey, what's going on, sweetheart? Much love to you. I'm gonna put the link in the chat in case you want to come up and say something. But yeah, you know, she's right. We got to stop making excuses, and that's all I keep hearing. Is excuses.
All right, now what's the excuse? Tell me what the excuse is. Tell me exactly what the excuse is, and tell that person to come up on the panel talking about what the excuse is.
The excuse is saying that we need to take a look at somebody else instead of us directly. It's our community. We are supposed to be doing what we can as black men to lead it in the right direction. Now, if that means getting politicians involved, then that's what we need to do. Whatever that community needs, it's up to us as leaders to make sure it gets what it needs so it can be a thriving environment for our women and children. I don't give a damn about who left. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Excuse me. That don't have anything to do with anything. They left. I don't care about any coons who left. Good riddance. But the people who are left, it's the responsibility of the people who are still there to lead that community in the right direction.
All right, so what you and that other person who said excuses are being made, what y'all basically saying is not one community, that's community in America. Like, all of these people, the reason why the community is fucked up is because all of those people are not doing nothing and they're making excuses. Can you clarify? Like, is that what y'all saying?
Well, you have to look at the community one by one. See what the problem is.
Because everybody who's saying we're making excuses and the communities, this, that, and the third, I question if they're really from that community. Because a lot of times to understand a community and the conditions of a people, you have to be from that area so you can understand the nuance and how to approach it. But if you're from outside of the community, you're going to have a one-sided view of it.
I work diligently and offer my free time when I'm not working to my community. I mentor young boys. I teach elderly people. Okay? Computer skills. All right? So I give my free time. I don't ask for any money. I give it to the middle of my community. I try to straighten out the young boys when they walk around with their pants hanging down. I sit them down. I counsel them. I talk to them. I point them in different directions. I try to get them interested in being. I try to get them interested in being programmed high-tech people rather than drug dealers and bums and pimps and players or winos.
Yeah, most drug dealers, bums, and all of these people we like to judge and blame everything on them. A lot of them are not encouraging these kids to do that shit.
When you choose,
a lot of them are not doing that.
Listen, when you choose to pick up that rock and sell that to your people, you've judged yourself. Don't blame that on us.
Okay, so basically, okay, all right. Okay, right there. So, what you're saying is, the reason why the black community is in the condition it is today is strictly all because of black people and all the decisions we made over the years. Is that what you and the others are saying? Black people are their own problem and just need to pick up their bootstraps? Like, that's is that what y'all keep saying? Help me understand.
Not entirely, no.
Because that's what it sounds like.
It's something like that.
The only people I hear say things like that is them SYSBM type niggas. A lot of these conservative black folks who kiss ass on the other side. I'm not part of no political party, but I notice the types who say these things. This is why my question to y'all is, are you
Well,
blaming the black community for being all of its
conservatives
own
are the
problems?
only ones. Conservatives and SYSBMs aren't the only ones, right, that don't like excuses. Righteous and good people don't like excuses either.
Okay, I don't like excuses either, but I'm from that, and I'm not gonna talk down on my community. And and
I'm
and,
from
and,
that too.
but I'm not gonna talk down on my community on with some talking
Not
points.
talking down on the community. What I'm talking down on is the derelict niggas in the community that's allowing the community to corrode. That's what I'm talking down on.
So the only people who are allowing the community to corrode are the poor blacks that's in the community. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say poor black. I seen poor blacks do a lot of things.
Okay, then you tell me which black people are responsible because it sounds like you're saying black
Okay,
people are
I'll
black
tell you.
people's problem. So I want
I'll
to
tell
know
you.
which ones.
All right, I'll tell you. It's the
Okay,
derelict niggas who are irresponsible, the ones who make babies and don't want to take care of their children. It's the deadbeat dads. It's the dudes who play fucking video games all day and don't want to get a job. It's the ones who hang out on the goddamn corner, smoke weed and sell fucking drugs. It terrorizes the neighborhood. It's the people that don't give a fuck about what's going on in the neighborhood and don't give a damn about who they influence in the neighborhood. Those kinds of black people.
okay. So everybody you just named are you typically the people who
Oh,
still live in the neighborhood?
I forgot. Let me add in the wino and the drug dealer too.
Okay. Everybody you just named are typically the so-called poor or and whatever else you want to call them type of person in the community.
I don't know why you acting like being poor has something to do with this.
No, you no. What you're saying and what those other people who agree with you saying is basically those black people within those communities are their own problem, and they created their own problem, and they're the only ones continuing their
No,
own
what I'm
problem.
saying is that those kinds of poor
That's what
people
you're
in the
saying.
community are the community's problem. They're a problem of everybody in the community, not just themselves.
Oh, okay. So how come the black community is like that more than all other communities? What's
Because
making our community different from
we
others?
got too many derelict ass niggas, okay, who are irresponsible. That's why. And we got
Oh,
too many
so
absentee but hold on, let me finish. And we
go
got too
ahead.
many absentee fathers, right? So our boys aren't being raised with a goddamn clue. So they're being raised by the street. Okay? And they grow up, many of them turn into fucking animals. Do you not see young boys out here, 15, 16, with a mentality already that they hate black women? Where the hell you think that's coming from? These derelict ass, worthless ass niggas. That's where it's
So
coming from. They're destroying the minds of our young boys.
okay, now why is that? What's making that happen in our community, and why is it not happening so much in other communities? What's making our community specifically
Because we
like
got too many derelict ass, irresponsible niggas. Listen, we don't only got the race, right? They got men who create factions to hide irresponsibility.
what's that?
We the only goddamn race of people, right, that have men that create factions to hide irresponsibility. They don't want to be accountable for shit. So they become a Hebrew Israelite or a Kemetic or more. All of a sudden they conscious. Because they don't want to be accountable for anything. Because some fake ass hotep. Rather than getting their goddamn hands dirty in that community and dealing with these school teachers who are trying to pump poison in the veins of our children. They want to become a Moor. They want to become a Hebrew Israelite. So they can continue to be fucking derelict and useless.
I don't fuck with them. I don't deal with that. But what I will say is if you're blaming dereliction and all that shit on a conscious brother, a brother who happens to take pride in African history and culture, Black history and culture, what does that have to do with negativity in the community? Those are the brothers who are doing the most.
Listen, Black
Those are the brothers who are working the hardest.
Listen, Black history and culture is nice. I don't have any problem with it. But
and those dudes are doing the most in the community. Is my point.
Listen, having debates about Kemet, having debates about who did the pyramids is not doing.
Now I know where you.
Hold on, but wait a minute.
Now I know where you're coming from. Now I know the type of brother you are. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm glad you went there, right? Because I'm a straight pro-Black dude. I'm about my people 100%. But what I'm not about is other Black people exploiting Black people. And that's all that goes down in the conscious community. Ain't nothing but clowns over there exploiting Black people. And the shit they talk about don't do a damn thing to change our situation for the better. You can have all the goddamn debates you want about Kemet, the goddamn pyramids, we were Indians, all that shit. But at the end of the day, when you done, we are still in a losing position. You have not moved us up one notch.
Just so I understand. Go ahead. What part of the community do you represent exactly? Go ahead.
Pro-Black. 100%. Pro-Black. I'm pro-Black. I'm pro-Black woman.
The conscious community is the pro-Black community. What are you talking about?
Pro-Black. I'm pro-Black.
That is the pro-Black community.
Let me finish, bro. I'm pro-Black. I'm pro-Black woman. And I am anti-nigga and pro-female.
You just said the best of the conscious community. That's who they are.
They ain't pro-Black. Fuck out of here.
So you're broad brushing a whole community based on some.
Because the whole goddamn community, because the whole community ain't a community about a goddamn. I was over in that community for a long time. Not all them niggas ain't shit.
All of them ain't shit. That's what
all
you're saying.
of them over there. That whole goddamn cottage community is absolute garbage. They don't do shit for Black people. All they do is exploit Black people for views and cash out.
I don't know exactly who you're talking about.
And Polite ain't
conscious
shit.
brothers I know.
And Polite ain't shit but a fucking scam
fuck with none of them. Who the fuck is a Polite? Why are you Polite? Don't represent no whole fucking conscious community.
Damn
Everybody
if he
don't fuck with him.
Damn if he don't, he's the number one nigga over there.
Wow, you straight brushing the whole community on some fucking Polite. Like you fucking right now.
Okay, my brother.
Everybody don't fuck with him.
What has consciousness done for Black people?
Black people loving who they are is consciousness. Black people owning their culture and wanting to give back to their community is consciousness.
We don't need
That's what the conscious community is.
We don't need the conscious community for that. We been taught that out of the home.
That's consciousness.
I came out of the home loving myself, loving my culture, I was taught that in the house.
That's consciousness. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, goddamn.
That's being conscious.
The conscious community hasn't done shit for Black people.
Yo, you're not making no sense.
All them niggas do is have fucking debates all day about bullshit. The Hebrew Israelites don't do shit for Black people. But stand on the corner and run their goddamn.
I'm not associated with no fucking Hebrew Israelites. Consciousness is Black people uplifting themselves in their community, all facets of uplifting. What you just mentioned about you being taught that in the home, that's being conscious. That's why I don't get what you're talking about.
Because you don't know the difference between being pro-Black and being conscious. That's why. You think they're one and the same.
Pro-Black is conscious. It's one and the same. It is one and the same.
Those niggas ain't pro. Listen, when you be pro-Black, you have to be for. You have to be for your people.
Pro-Black means Black first.
You have to be for the better economic
people.
These niggas, all they do is exploit black people. That's not pro-black.
Yo, you bugging right now.
I don't know how to get you to understand. All they do is exploit black
Tell me what
people.
the definition of consciousness is. How do you define consciousness itself?
I
Okay.
defined it as bullshit.
What consciousness means awareness.
Gentlemen,
Get out of
calm,
this, man. Get out of this.
Gentlemen.
Get out of this. Get out of this. I defined it as bullshit. That's the way I defined it.
So being aware is bullshit. Being aware of your
I
surroundings
am aware.
is bullshit.
I'm aware that
Loving your people is bullshit.
I am aware that they are exploiting black people. That's what I'm aware of.
You're aware of those particular people. They don't represent the whole
the
fucking
conscious
community.
Hell, son, Netta got a whole channel called the House of Consciousness. Filled with a bunch of scam artists.
Sinetta don't even represent the whole community.
Fake ass hoteps.
All right, when you say fake ass hoteps, what does hotep mean? Let's get to that real quick. What does hotep mean to you, real quick?
Bullshit.
Hotep is an African greeting saying peace be unto you, but it's other people. It's usually the LGBT and the other people
I don't live
who
in
took
Africa.
that
I live here in
word
this
and
country.
they made it a negative.
I don't give a damn. This
So
is what the guys don't
what's wrong with black people living black culture?
This country.
So what are you, American?
Right? And we are in a losing position, and your representation community hasn't done shit to improve that position. Not one goddamn thing. All they've done is kick us while we're down.
Kick who are they down? Who are you? Who the fuck are you talking
Man,
about? Like,
I never made $1 million
yo, you bugging right now.
debate. You think he did anything in the goddamn community for black people? He didn't do a
Sinetta don't got a fucking thing to do with the whole community. Sinetta don't represent no whole fucking community. What are you talking about?
They represent the
You keep
conscious
talking about
community.
them.
That's all they represent, the conscious motherfucking community. Now, if you got a problem with that, you need to go over there
Claude Anderson is conscious.
the conscious community.
Claude Anderson is a conscious brother. Neely Fuller is a conscious brother.
Man, y'all need to
These
stop
people
trying to claim.
represent the
Y'all need
conscious
to
community
stop trying to
also.
claim these people, man.
So, like, what are you saying?
They need to stop trying to claim these people, man.
What's
Claude Anderson don't have shit to do with this fucking scam fucking conscious community. Neither does Neely Fuller.
Yo, you were confused like a motherfucker. Like, yo, you bugging
No,
right
man,
now.
you don't get it.
Like,
These
these are
folks don't
pro-black
have
people.
nothing to do with the conscious community. They don't have nothing to do with these niggas.
I think we're talking about two different things.
I don't
We're
know-
definitely
I don't
talking
know
about
how
two
to-
different
I don't know how to explain it to you,
Something
bro.
is going on in this conversation.
I don't know how to explain it to you, bro. But the conscious community,
You're talking about something totally
all
different.
they fucking do is exploit black people. I don't know how else to tell you that.
Okay, then you tell me. I want you to point to some people, whoever you rub shoulders with and whatever you call them, tell me who they are and what they're doing for the community. Go. Who are your people and who you represent? Because it don't sound pro-black the way you talking.
Why?
That's not pro-black talk you talking. That
I don't-
definitely ain't no pro-black.
First of all, who are you that I have to prove something to?
You talk, your rhetoric is not pro-black at all. You sound just like a lot of those fucking conservative dudes who rub shoulders with other people and
No, I'm
talk
not a
bad about the
conservative.
community without even and with no respect for the community.
There's nobody that comes
Like
to
you
this channel
sound
that
like you
will
have
tell
no
you. There's
connection
nobody
to the
on this
community at
channel.
all with how you talk.
There's nobody in this channel. You can ask anybody in this channel right now. Nobody will tell you that I'm a conservative.
You sure talk like them. And
Ask
just the way you
anybody in
talk
this channel
about
if I'm a
people in the
conservative.
community, it's like you have you talk absolutely like you have no connection whatsoever to the community with the way you're talking.
Dude, I live in the
And
hood.
this
What are you
is and
talking
this is
about?
not. I'm not trying to put you down
Dude,
at
I
all.
live in my hood, bro. I work in my hood.
It's like you talking out of both sides of your mouth, Bill.
Nope. Only got one mouth, bro. See the problem that we're having?
You're
See the problem that we're having, right? Is that I don't see these conscious brothers the way you see them. I see them for the scam artists that they really are. You don't. And if you scamming black people, you exploiting black people, then you're not pro-black.
Wait, come again?
If you scamming black people, you exploiting black people, then you're not pro-black.
Anybody who's scamming black people, that means
But
those
we're not
people
talking
you
about
mentioned,
anybody.
that
We're
means
talking about these
politicians.
fake-ass
Hold
conscious
on,
niggas.
let me finish. What do you say about the politicians? Are you just going to point at the scammers in that sector? Or are you going to talk
I'm
about
talking
all
about the
black people and
ass
all walks
pro-black
of life
niggas.
who fuck over the community?
I ain't talking about you. See, you keep trying to take this conversation.
You're looking
So
at one
I
section
ain't
of the
talking
community,
about.
which
I'm
makes
talking
me
about these
curious
conscious
about
community
where
niggas.
you're coming
They ain't nothing but motherfucking charlatans. And I'm sorry you can't see that. But they ain't nothing
I
but
don't
charlatans.
represent this. I don't. You keep bringing them up. They don't have nothing to do with the entire community.
Hey,
It's
man, you
my
the one.
point.
Hey, man, you the one that's fucking. You up there fighting for them.
You brought those names up. What are you talking about?
Well, you the one that challenged me on them, right?
No, I challenge you on the fact that you keep pointing a finger at them, and then you're blaming everything on the people that's still in the community.
Okay,
That's
if
why
you
I asked
are
you.
exploiting. Okay,
That's
so
why
let's
I
get
asked you
clear
the
about
question.
something. Let's get clear about
What
something.
made
If
this
you
community the
are
way it is?
exploiting black people, if you are exploiting hardworking black people, then yeah, I'm pointing the finger at you. If you are scamming hardworking people, then yeah, I'm pointing the finger at you.
Okay, so name the others. Name the others besides the Sonetters and them that you keep pointing your finger at. Name those other black people who
Nigga,
are doing wrong by the community.
I don't have to name nothing on demand because you asked for it.
Oh, now I see where you're coming from. All right, keep on going. I figured you was gonna answer that way.
No, you ain't nobody. I gotta prove
I
anything
knew
to.
it. I knew you was gonna answer like that. You're gonna blame every single thing on brothers that's still in the community, with all these coons and people in positions of power who grin in your fucking face
Okay,
with
hey,
their white flags and all of them.
that's not
No,
what
I'm gonna.
facts
Hey,
is.
gang, stay out of this. No, I'm
Wait,
gonna
hold on. Did
blame
I say
this.
something
I'm
that
gonna
offended the
blame this
sister?
on the people.
If I did, I
I'm gonna
apologize.
blame this on the people that it should be blamed on. The derelict niggas in the goddamn community. Now I'm sorry if you don't like that.
And the derelict niggas in positions of power,
I'm talking
who
about
get
what's
up
in the
there and
motherfucking
still
hood.
fuck over the community.
I'm talking about what's in the hood, nigga. I live in the hood. I still
And
live
I
in
live in
my
the hood
hood.
too. And I'm talking about the motherfuckers who control the resources too.
Okay? There's plenty of things that we can do in the hood right now. I do them all the time when I go home. I work with other black men to make our community better.
And
Don't
I
tell
do
me there ain't
also.
nothing we can't do.
Gonna look at the people in the community and put
Right,
everything
because
on
those
them
are the
when
people
you
that
got
live in the
forces
goddamn community. That's
outside
right.
of the community who control the resources who fuck up the community. Everybody, not just the people who control the resources, who control the funds that go to the public school, that those people in decision-making position. You need to look at them
Now,
also.
what you need to do is your brothers need to get together in your community. Y'all need to form a coalition. And y'all need to go do something about it.
Okay, so tell me what your coalition is doing
I
so
ain't
I
got
can
to
monitor
tell you,
that.
dude. I ain't got to prove nothing to you.
No, I'm asking for your
No,
advice.
I ain't got to prove
Tell
nothing.
me what
Listen, man.
your
Dude, I ain't got to prove nothing to you. I know what I'm
I'm
about.
asking.
I know I'm about it. I ain't got to prove nothing to you.
I'm asking. I'm asking.
Where are your people? Where are your people?
Oh, we're working and we're still in the community. I'm a truck driver. Wait, let me tell you where we are. Right now, like I told you earlier, I worked 15 years in the community with the kids. I changed jobs, became a truck driver. Now I still go back and I still work with those educators. And we still with the basketball games, with the food giveaways, I'm still getting involved with the city hall and the black people there. And the black cops who are involved. And in some places in North, and certain places in Irvington, I get involved with my community still. But I'm not going to point the finger and blame the community for everything that's going on in there, and I'm not going to put them down. I look at the people who are in decision-making positions, and I'm not going to just keep putting my people down.
Derelict niggas ain't my people.
It's niggas in decision-making positions that ain't shit.
Derelict niggas and niggas who make excuses, those are not my people. When I go home and volunteer my time, I work with brothers who are
And just because they
hold on, let
clean
me
cut
talk.
and they
Let
wear a
me
suit
talk.
and
When
they
I
get to
go
go to
back,
a
when I
political
go back to
function,
my,
that don't
hold
matter
on,
to
brother, you
nobody
talk.
else.
You talk. My turn. When I go home, I mentor young boys. I teach them computer skills. I teach them about life. I work with other brothers in the community on different projects. Okay. We also go up to the schools. We protest. We try to get things done in the schools about these goddamn vaccines. Okay. I help other kids and parents in the neighborhood take care of their kids. Help them work with their goddamn kids. Okay. I also take boys out of the motherfucking street when they out there acting stupid. Okay, I also drive a truck and I train motherfuckers how to drive trucks. And I don't charge them a dime. Questioning me, nigga, I'm about it.
Respect, bro. Yo, you just sound suspect with talking down on the community the way you are. You don't
Ain't
sound
nobody
like you
sound
got.
suspect. You ain't listening
You
to me.
don't. You sound
How
suspect,
many
bro.
times I gotta tell you, bro? The
You
only time I
sound
gotta say
suspect
to you,
like a
I'm
motherfucker.
not talking down on my community. What I'm talking down on is the deadbeat niggas in my community. That's fucking my community up. That's what I'm talking down on.
And everybody you name are the people that's still in the community. You haven't named the name of not one person in a decision-making position who can influence more from a political position. You haven't named not one of them. You're just talking about all the people who still live in the community, whether they're doing good or bad.
Right. Because it's up to the people in the community to make a change. These politicians ain't gonna do shit if you ain't gonna get together and go up there and put pressure on them.
And there are people in these communities who are doing that. It's not that cut and dry.
It is that cut and dry.
Oh, so since it's that cut and dry, what you're basically saying is the black community in general is just a fucked up group of lazy people who don't want to pick themselves up. That's kind of what
I
you're
didn't I didn't hear him say that at all.
No, I
He
didn't
he
say
he
that.
literally has said over and over and over
Hey, let him
again
defend
that
himself.
he's
Let him
talking
defend
about a
himself.
specific set of people.
Okay, so if you're going to just blame that one set of people, are you trying to say they are the total problem in the community, and there's no other sections of that community that's the problem. Help me understand that.
Yeah.
Because it's usually uppity outsiders who don't know nothing about that community, who are not even from the community, who talk like that. I'm from there.
Okay, so
and
at some point, we're going to have to stop coddling people who are intent on destroying our community and making excuses. You're making excuses for the behavior. And you're getting upset because Max is not making excuses for the behavior. Maybe if we had more men and women who stopped making excuses for the behavior, we would start to see the change that we're talking about we want to see. Because all this talking and being conscious, that's great. It starts in the mind. We need to change our mindset, yes. But then after that, there needs to be action behind that.
Okay, now, consciousness means awareness, which means anybody can be aware of their surrounding. Being pro-black and black first means that you give a shit about your community and you're doing things to improve your community. And there are a lot of black people who are doing that. But these are the same people who are being blamed for not doing enough. And when it comes to people who so quote unquote made it out, or who never struggle in that community, always got the most to say. I mean, I made it out, and I'm doing better for myself. But I'm not gonna act like I'm better than somebody else and keep pointing a finger and not looking at it from a nuance.
But it's not about, see, you're taking it really personal. It's not about being better. It's actually about truly loving your people. And when you truly love your people, you don't make excuses, but you don't make excuses when you know they can do better.
Excuses. No one's making excuses. But I'm not gonna put them down and blame every societal problem on those people.
So you're not gonna put down the drug dealer who sells to a pregnant woman? You're not going to put down the drug dealer who sells to a child?
I'm not going to blame the entire community and the conditions of the community on those people.
Nobody's doing that.
Nobody was doing
that. Part of the problem. That's the rhetoric. That's what y'all talking.
No, that's not.
Also, pull people up by their bootstraps when they ain't got no damn bootstraps.
Are neglecting their community. We talking about those the community is not all these derelicts. A lot of people in the community that's trying to help, but there are few numbers. The whole of the community is not contributing. There are parts of the community that don't give a fuck. All they care about is getting what they want to get. They're selfish. That's who we are talking about. That's who we dealing with. We're not talking about the whole community that's trying to make changes, that's trying to do right, that's trying to do something. And I am not giving you.
We got a big echo, man.
Because to their people. Because yes, you're doing it to survive, but do you have to sell it to your people? I've dealt with that. I knew a drug dealer that sold the drugs to my grandfather. And I remind him, I love you. I grew up with you. I took care of you. I babysit you. But if you give my grandfather drugs and he died, my love for you is going to die. I will kill it personally. And
let me ask you this question, because I think y'all getting a lot of things twisted. Let me ask you this question. Are there people who are in positions of power who are not living in that community? Some may be from and some may not be from the community, but they are outside of the community. They hold positions of influence and power. But is it possible that they are also responsible for exploiting our community? Is that possible?
Let me say this. Let me answer this question. Let me answer it, please. Let me take this, because here's the thing. Yes, there are people who are in positions of power. However, Black people do not ask them for anything. We continuously give our vote to Democrats who do not give us anything for our vote. They expect the vote. They take us for granted, and we keep on running to the polls to vote for them. So if you're not going to hold your politicians as a community, if we're not going to hold our politicians to a standard, and we're going to just give them our vote for nothing, why do they need to do anything? Why? It's we the people. It's our responsibility to say what we need.
Agree with everything you just said. I absolutely agree with everything you just said. Now, I agree with voting locally first, but black people need to form a kind of voting block before we just automatically go to a Republican or a Democrat. But to just automatically vote for one side just because your grandmother and all of them voted for him is ignorant as hell. You have to create an economic base first, because politicians, even outside of the black community, they respond to money. So we're not just going to blame this on one political party. They both ain't shit. It's the people, the grassroots people, who make this thing work.
Exactly. So how are you going to expect the politicians to do anything for the community when the community doesn't ask for anything?
There are people in the community who ask, but I'm not going to
Okay, so why are we not getting anything then?
Let me finish. I'm not going to sit here while y'all just keep pointing fingers at the people in the community saying they're the problem, they're the problem, they're the problem. At the same time, not saying a damn thing about those so-called black people, so-called people in positions of power and who are so-called successful, and not pointing the finger at some of them.
What are we supposed to say? What are we supposed to say about them?
Let me ask
What
you
are we
a question.
supposed to say?
They're not gonna do shit. Don't just look at one side. Don't look at one side.
Let me ask you this question. What politician, right, is responsible for single black motherhood?
What's that?
What politician you know or anyone else know that's responsible for single black motherhood?
That's a symptom of impoverished community that affects every single community.
No, what it's a symptom of, right, is derelict niggas who are irresponsible and don't want to take care of their kids. That's what it's a symptom of.
Oh, so what you're saying is people who made it out of the community, who are successful, they feel some kind of wait, let me finish.
He didn't say that.
Are you saying the successful people who made it out of the community, all of those black men who made it out, who are successful, they're all good fathers, they all take care of their kids? Or
What
is this something to do with character?
Single black motherhood, let me say it slow. Single black motherhood is a symptom of irresponsible Negroes who don't want to take care of their kids.
The community. That's why we don't need to just be pointing to the people that's just inside of the community.
See, if we're not gonna ever decide to really take accountability for our own selves and really get real with the things that we can do and change, we gotta stop that though. We gotta stop that. We gotta worry about us.
On all sides.
We gotta worry about us though. So if we're gonna keep on making excuses to not take accountability for the behaviors that are going on in our communities will continue to fail. They're going to continue to fail.
Okay, what? All right. Give me 1 second. Let me enter this information. I'll be right back with y'all. Hold on.
Okay, I have to admit I'm getting tired, kind of tired of this. He's kind
I think that he feels some kind of way that he left the community. He must feel guilty or something, because he keep bringing that up about people who left the community. He said that he left the community. He must be feeling some kind of way about that, because he keeps going back.
Yo, do y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody guilty of nothing. I just don't look down on my people.
Some kind of way, bro, because
I don't like when outsiders talk down to the people without knowing who these people are.
Yeah, if you are an irresponsible Negro that don't want to take care of your kids, you're an absentee father, you damn right I'm going to talk down on you, because you deserve to be talked down on.
Those people exist outside of the community, and some of them you probably work with.
They exist.
So don't point the finger just at the people who just live in the community.
At the motherfucker that's irresponsible and don't want to take care of his kids, no matter where the fuck he is.
And that's my point. You and the other sister were kind of making inferences that a lot of the problem are just within the poor community. you inferred that. And my point was, you got
I
to
never
look at
said
those
that.
within the poor, the ones
I
who made it out.
never said
You got
that.
to
You said that.
politicians
poor
to look at
community.
all of them.
There was no mention of the poor
Nobody said
community.
that. That's not Verbal wouldn't say nothing like that. I didn't say
I
that.
said you were inferring when you were when you
No,
went
no,
down the
no.
list.
That's what you
Wait,
decided
listen.
to hear.
No,
We did
no,
not
no.
say
I'm
we
going
were
off of what
talking
he
about
said.
derelict Negro males who won't take responsibility for the things they do, their children, their lives, nothing.
And when I
They
asked
want to
him,
put it all on the black woman. That's
okay,
what we were talking about. We were not
and
talking
so
about the poor community. We were not talking about people that done wrong, that corrected themselves. We're not talking about people in the community leaving, the ones that left, the ones that's in it. We're talking about specifically men who do not take responsibility for their actions, their communities, or anything like that. No poor, no rich, no in, no out. No matter where these derelict men, whether they're in the community, out of the community, they are a problem because they're derelict. And if they don't correct that dereliction, they will continue to be the problem, and they will spread that dereliction to the next generation. Now I'm gonna be quiet about it.
now, sister, with the way you said that, I totally agree with how you put that. It's just that the inference made earlier when I asked the brother who exactly are these people, everybody he described were usually the people that's still within the community, that among those poor who are making those decisions. And the point that I was making is, outside of them, there are people who are making money. There are people who are successful, who people look up to because they're successful. And some of those people, with their ways and actions, are also contributing to the negativity in the black community in general. That's the
Yeah,
point
but
I was making.
Okay,
you can't
their
rely on that.
election does
Hold
not
on,
have their
you can't
election
rely
can
on
go
that. You
against
have to
the
go with the
poor.
people. Hold on. You can't rely on that or use that for an excuse. You got to rely on the people that's in your community. And the majority of the people that I am talking about are the ones who are still in the community, tearing the community apart. And they need to be dealt with. Now, I'm sorry if you don't like that, but that's what it is.
Wait, come again?
I said the people that I'm talking about are the ones who are in the community, tearing the community apart, making single baby mamas like it's going out of style, out there selling drugs, out there doing all kinds of crazy shit, not giving a damn about what condition they leave people in or the condition that they leave their hood in. And they need to be dealt with. Now, I'm sorry if you don't like that, but that's what it is.
No, don't put words and thoughts in my mouth. I'll explain what I mean. Now, when it comes to
Okay,
those
you just
people you
got to
just
put
mentioned,
words in my mouth. So you saying that turnabout isn't fair play?
no, I said you inferred. You were making inferences. And when I asked you
Oh,
a
because I
question
didn't
on
say it.
who you
Okay,
described
so
only
because I said
those type.
inferred, that makes it different. You still put words in my
No,
mouth.
because you mentioned them. I asked you who and you said it. You mentioned every single person that's only within that
Well,
poor
I'm only
sector of the
repeating
community.
what you said.
Said
You said
nothing
the
about
people in the
you.
community.
You said nothing about no black leadership. You said nothing about no black successful people who made it out, who may be doing things to exploit the community. You pointed all to the same type of people. You made
That's in the
inferences, and those
community
are the
because
people you made. That's what I'm talking about.
those are the worst kind of black folks because they're in the community. They see black people struggling. They see us trying to get along, trying to do better, trying to take that step, and they keep knocking us back. Those are the worst kinds.
Oh, so those people are responsible for the black community becoming fucked up and continuing to be fucked up. Is that what you're saying?
Again, you're making excuses.
No, no. Answer the question. Those
Nah,
brothers that you mentioned,
you
they're
keep making excuses,
responsible
bro.
for the community for being fucked up and continuing to be fucked up. I want to understand. They're the ones. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
the brothers you mentioned within the community, the drug dealer, the pimp, and all of that, so on and so forth, they are responsible for the black conditions beginning to be like that and the conditions continuing to be like that.
No, they're
They're
not
the ones responsible.
responsible. They're not responsible for the conditions in the beginning, but they are responsible for continuing the conditions. Yeah.
Now, I agree that they are part of it. They are absolutely part of it. I just don't want us to
No,
get into this.
they pretty much are it right now.
Are you fucking serious?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Rather absolutely serious in the motherfucker.
And just so I understand, so y'all sisters agree with exactly what he said, yes or no? I'm assuming y'all do. Y'all agree with what he just said? That these brothers are wholly responsible for the community continuing to be what it is?
Yeah.
Continuing, yeah.
Yeah.
Continuing,
Yeah.
absolutely.
They
Yeah.
are wholly.
They're not responsible for the way for it for it for the for the they're not responsible for the origination of why our communities are messed up. We understand in what happened to our communities, but in this day and age in 2020, yes, it's our
Okay.
responsibility. We have the resources as a people. We have the ability. We have the education. There is no reason for us to still be in this situation except for laziness and not wanting to do better. Just saying, just giving up. Just basically giving up.
Oh, okay. All right. So this is crazy. Now, I've heard this before. I've actually heard this kind of rhetoric before, and I generally know where it comes from because there's some truth to some of it, but at the same time, it usually comes from a sector of our community who usually kind of have no connection to that part of the community or have no experience with that part of the community. Because if you guys are going to say, well, today, the only thing keeping the black community back is strictly the black community and there's no outside factors, I think that's a problem. And we gotta you play into the hands of certain people. And you play into a
Okay, so
narrative.
basically there's no hope then, is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So there's no
That's
hope. There's no hope for us. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do, right? Because it's out of our hands.
Listen, please listen. Please
Let
listen.
me open the door so somebody know I'm in here. I didn't want to scare you.
Oh,
Please listen. I'm not saying that they're not part of the problem, but I'm not going to sit up here and blame the entire thing on them. There are outside factors which create the conditions which reinforce that negative behavior. In a sense, we kind of took on that negative behavior and we reinforced
I don't want to hear
So
that
what
shit.
are we doing to unlearn that
I don't want to hear
behavior?
that BS, bro.
Let me finish. Please let me finish.
Nah, you talking BS now, man.
Let me finish, please. Respectfully, let me finish. Now, we took on some of that stuff and now we reinforce it within ourselves to keep the negativity going. But we are not solely responsible for what keeps happening. We are part of it. But I'm not going to sit up here and act like there's not outside factors that continue to contribute to it. That's unfair and it's really disingenuous for y'all to
If
take
you
that position.
if you lay down with a black woman and get her pregnant, right, and then leave her taking care of that child and don't have no responsibility to take care of that child, then that is solely on you, and I'm blaming you.
That
It
goes
ain't
for
got nothing to do
every
with no
man in
politician.
every
It ain't got
community.
nothing to do with no shit about what happened
That goes
yesteryear.
for
That
every
has
man.
everything to
That's
do
a
with
character
you
issue.
in the bad
That
in a
goes
fucked
for
up
every man
decision.
who does that. In
I don't
every
give it. I ain't
community.
But we ain't worried
talking
about
about
every
every man.
man. We worried
I'm
about
talking
our
about what's
community.
going on in the black
But
Fuck
fucking
every
community.
other
that's
man.
not
That's the goddamn problem.
that
You
one
motherfuckers
thing.
don't want to fess up. Y'all just want to
That
make
one
goddamn
fucking thing
excuses.
don't make the whole entire community fucked up. That's a
I'm
part
painting the
of the
motherfuckers
problem.
who are guilty. That's who I'm painting.
That's part of the problem, but that's not the whole.
No, that is the problem right now. That's not the shit. That is the motherfucking problem right now.
You motherfuckers are incredible, man.
So because we're not willing to coddle this bullshit, we're incredible. We got it messed up because we're saying that we love our people so much that we know that we have the power to do better. Are you kidding me?
No
Really?
one said that. Oh, okay. All right. Answer this question, please. Please answer this question.
It's time out for all of that, what you're talking right now.
Wait. Answer this question, please. Are there outside things that have contributed and that continue to contribute to creating obstacles for some people? Because there are some people in the community who do try. They do work hard. They do put in effort. But there's a lot of things that are going on that sometimes do create extra obstacles. And I'm not making excuses. I'm not talking about the Pookies and Ray Rays who everybody like to blame for shit. I'm talking about the people who try and who don't get necessarily an equal playing field. Now, with all these black people shot, is that a coincidence or is that a symptom of something bigger? I'm talking about the cops' treatment, because that's kind of connected to the point I want to make.
So
That's a separate issue. That's a separate issue.
No, you can't disconnect that. You can't disconnect that.
How?
That's part of
How
it.
we can't disconnect that?
Okay, here's why. Now, one of the excuses being made for why these cops shoot down black men the way they do is that we're predisposed to violence. And there's a narrative out there that even though there is things that are negative things that do exist within economically depressed neighborhoods, the narrative created was that black men are predisposed to violence. So when these white boys come and work in our community and they shoot us down and they shoot Tamir Rice down and they fuck around and shoot the sister Brianna through her house for some no-knock warrant, which was wrong, and they're never held accountable, you don't think that has not a direct but an indirect connection to the other things that's going on in our community? How can you separate that totally?
So where's this wonderful conscious community doing all this work in the community? Where are they to make changes in the legislation?
Okay.
Where are they?
People who are conscious. When I say conscious community, I mean educated people who are working in the best interest of the black community. So I know a lot of teachers, I know other truck drivers like me, and people who are in other professions who give their time and who volunteer their time to contribute to the community. These are the same people that I mentioned earlier who get involved. That's the conscious community. Not these people y'all keep pointing fingers at, polite and all of them. Ain't nobody talking about them motherfuckers. They don't got nothing to do with who I'm talking about. I just don't like nobody looking down on and pointing the finger at the community as if we're solely responsible for ourselves being fucked up, as if there's no outside forces contributing to that shit. And that's not making an excuse. I hold us accountable where we're accountable, and at the same time, I call out other shit when that's also happening. That's my point.
Okay. So you're saying that the baby daddies that don't pay their child support are not are part of the community. You saying that the drug dealers that haven't changed their ways and selling in their community have the children selling, have the children have everybody addicted to it. They are part of the community.
Sister, you are picking and choosing what I'm saying.
But you are picking and choosing what we're saying. We didn't go into that. You brought it in. Okay, we're talking about a specific group of people that are part of our community, that are doing things, are contributing, or at least it's not helping the community. We don't care if they poor. We don't care if they're rich. We don't care if they're in the community, out of the community, former members of the community. They're doing things that are contributing to things that is not helping the community.
Now, with
That's
what you
what
just said,
we
I totally agree with that. I'm walking with you on that. I am totally
okay.
what you just said.
That's where Max was. That was where Max was.
Oh, didn't come
You
across like that.
started going into the politicians, and politicians are included in that. They are doing things that are hindering the community. They are not helping. But we who are not part of the community, that specific community, we can only go so far. As we said, that group in the community where the politicians are not doing what they're supposed to
Yeah,
be
let
doing,
me.
y'all gotta hold their feet to the fire. Just like we gotta hold our politicians' feet to the fire.
Let me let me jump in here.
They part
Yeah, let me
of
jump
the
in here.
election.
Yeah, so let me jump in there. You see, here's the issue, my man. See, you just want to make an excuse to continue to be fucked up. That's what you want to do. That's why you keep bringing in all this outside bullshit that don't add up to a hill of beans. You act like you don't know what I'm saying, but you hear me very clearly.
Just some bullshit. I'm sorry, bro. You talking some bullshit.
It is
When you want to
bullshit.
blame the whole
All
entire
you want to
community
do is make
and no
excuses
outside
for
forces.
for a guy to continue to be a deadbeat dad, a
And that's
bum.
not what I said. That is not what I
Yeah,
said.
because you keep blaming everybody else.
Well, let me try again. Please hear me out. Let me try again. Outside of those people that you're mentioning, who are problems in the community, the deadbeat dad, the drug dealer, the pimp, so on and so forth. Are they a problem? Absolutely. But the entire problem? Hell no. I'm not going to sit up here and point every single issue at them. Because when you take that approach, in a sense, you are also inferring that the police, in the way the government is policing our community, in the way black men are being treated, is justified because of the way you just described that part of our community. There's a bigger thing going on here, and it's
Can I
not
jump in?
all people's fault.
Well, let me just say this real quick.
The people are part of it, but they're
I
not
want to
the
jump
whole
in.
fault.
Go ahead, Bell.
All right,
You
go
got
ahead.
it, Bell. Bell, you there? Bella? Okay, she might have something wrong with the mic.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, Bell, you ready?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes,
Bell,
yes, yes.
yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
unmute yourself again. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
okay, so get her something. Are you ready there, Bell?
Can y'all
Get
hear
her-
me?
get her- Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. What I was about to say was, now I understand basically what both sides are saying. Reverb is saying we can't blame all of the problems that we have in our community on one group of people. But this is my thing. Where does the change start? Now, we have single mothers raising children by themselves, especially when they're raising the male child. The male child has no guidance outside, maybe a relative or something, but they need their father in their life. So when you have a single mother trying to struggle to raise a child and the father is not in the house, is not there, isn't that also further perpetuating the cycle and the problems that we're having in our community? Does that not breed more fucked up kids and continue the cycle? I mean, we're talking about a certain group of people, but the things that this certain group do is a ripple effect. It affects the whole community. And without the guidance that a father can give to their children, either male or female, but especially of the male child, will that child not grow up not understanding how to conduct themselves as a leader or a male in their community and further perpetuate the things that are wrong. That's all I had to ask, and that's all I had to say at the moment.
Okay, let me say something. Anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, and so no one is talking about what the police are doing or anything like that. What I'm talking about is the behavior that's going on in the community by the people that live there. That is what I am pointing the finger at. And if you are creating negative problems in the community that is making the situation worse, then you are the one I'm blaming, not anyone outside of that. I'm blaming you.
I'm back.
See, these guys, they just want to keep making excuses for dudes to be effed up in the community and continue to be irresponsible and continue to add to the problems in our community. They don't want to do anything to solve them. They don't want to face them. You see, when you want to face them and take care of them and deal with them, right, then you got to be against everybody. You got to be against the people. No, I'm not against every black person. I'm against the niggas that's in the community fucking it up. That's who I'm against. Dane, take over real quick. I gotta go back on mute.
Okay.
Yo,
And I'm at, and we're at the starting point. We are starting at the base. You said the grassroots level. Grassroots level is baby daddies. We don't need them to be baby daddies. We need them to be fathers. We need them involved in their children's lives, financially, emotionally, supportive. If they would just be there to take care of the children, they don't have to be with the moms. I've seen separated people who take care of their children. But they gotta get involved. They gotta stop worrying. Okay, I can't say stop worrying about the money, but if it's more important, how much money you paying for your to take care of your child. You more concerned about you paying too much than is my child have a roof over the head, being fed, being taken care of. Then that's a problem. You need to look into yourself, see what's wrong. Is your issue with the child being taken care of, or is your issue with the baby mama? And you need to work something out and take care of your children. We're at the grassroots level. We concentrate on things that we feel that people can change. A deadbeat dad can stop being a deadbeat dad. I've seen them do it. They can resolve things with their exes so that is not an interference with their relationship with their children. They'll keep trying to work, getting involved in their children's lives. That's where we at. We're not saying that they the only ones that that all the different groups we said are the only ones that contribute to the community, but we got to start with ourselves first. And right now, baby daddies and single motherhood is a problem. It's a sign of a spiritual problem with our community. And that needs to be fixed. So yes, we're not saying all those other things you're saying ain't part of the problem. Are they the outside contributing? But we also got to work with internal, inside the community. What's wrong? Drug dealers in our community, selling in our community, getting our people hooked is wrong. Is, I know they're trying to some of them are doing it to try to feed their family, but they cannibalizing the community. If you,
can I respond real quick?
Until you're in your community, you cannibalizing your community.
Here's the reason why I'm a little more passionate about that side. It's because even though me and a lot of my friends who were once doing the wrong thing are now older, we have careers, we have families, we're taking care of our kids. We were those people before, and we some of us came up under the people before us who were sometimes doing the wrong thing, and we all know where the problem comes from, and we're not making excuses. The only thing that I have a problem with is when people who, it's hard for me to believe that certain people are from a certain community when they word things a certain way. Now, while I'm not making excuses for what happens and how, people shouldn't be drug dealers, so on and so forth, I've seen with my own eyes and my own experiences, certain people try hard outside of that and run into certain obstacles that they didn't create. And this is not in every situation, but I've seen just as many good people from the neighborhood try to do the right thing and run into many obstacles that somebody on the outside of the community have no idea about, but would be quick to judge them for not making it out. Most street dudes will not sit up here and make excuses and say, well, drug dealers are not. No, they're not. No one is saying that. What we're saying is, if you're going to approach fixing the community, you have to put a full court press on it. You can't just look at one group and say, okay, single mothers, blah blah blah, or baby daddies, or drug dealers. This is you have to attack this from different angles. And there's other factors outside of it that kind of help perpetuate the negativity in the community. You know what I'm saying? Like when I started to change and I stopped doing the wrong thing and I went to college, a lot of those same people who was hustling and all of that, they looked at me as somebody, and I'm not making excuses for them, but they used to talk good shit about me. They was like, yo, you're gonna be the one who lead the way. And even though they were doing the wrong thing, and I'm not making excuses for them, they recognize their faults, but they also encourage people to do the right thing. And those same drug dealers today are no longer drug dealers. They are married and their kids are in college. And those are the people I'm defending. I'm not defending no knucklehead who don't care nothing about the community. Some of these guys get into the wrong thing at really young ages, and they don't have the maturity to understand what's going on around them. Some of them are just surviving, and that's what they know at the time. Now, when you get a certain age, there's no excuses to continue to think like that. But I know what it's like to be a really, really young person going into a situation like that and it being perpetuated over and over. There are also outside forces. So while we need to come down on our own people, let's not turn a blind eye to outside factors that also contribute. That's all I want to say. But you want us to turn a blind eye.
You want us to turn a blind eye, right?
Now you don't make up no bullshit, bro.
You want us to turn a blind eye.
You only heard a piece of what I said just now. You just heard a piece of what I said. Your response automatically, Sean, you only heard like a piece of what I said. You ain't heard shit.
You said, I'm about to respond to it. You want us to turn a blind eye to those.
I didn't say nothing about you turning a blind eye. I said don't turn a blind eye to outside forces.
You just got finished talking, bro.
Don't make up no bullshit.
Ain't nobody making up no. I'm going what you said. You want us to turn a blind eye to those who are in the community
This
and
motherfucker.
see
You
the
make it. There
conditions
you
that
go.
are in,
Twisting my
but
fucking
yet
words.
they
That's
choose,
exactly what you're doing.
but yet they choose
Twisting my
to engage
fucking
in
words.
activity that's going to make the situation worse. You want us to turn a blind eye to that and give us some BS excuse about some other shit that's going
You
on.
ain't from no fucking hood. You ain't from you. The
Nigga,
way
I
you
live in my hood.
after
Nigga, I live
everything
in
I
my hood.
say, after every single thing I say, if that's
Nigga,
the
I
only
live
thing
in
you
my
can pick
hood,
out of
man. I
that,
know
you
the
don't know
niggas who
shit about the
stand
hood.
up against drug dealers,
You
nigga.
don't know shit about the
I
hood.
live in my hood.
Talking
You
like
don't
that,
know me, man. I live in my hood.
that's the only thing you could pick out of what I
To say
said.
they for
How
me
is
to
talking the
be
way he
in
talk
the hood
indicative to
around my
him not
people.
being from the hood?
See, I didn't leave my goddamn community. I'm still in it because that's the safest place for me to be because I don't believe that my people are bad or dangerous. See, I didn't leave the hood, nigga. I'm still there. And I got money too. So you got me fucked up.
No,
You
you
the
got
one
you
that
fucked
left.
up. You got you
You
fucked
the
up
one that left.
with that old one-sided ass approach. And I
You
understand
left.
how now that
You
one
left the
sister who was
community.
on
Don't
earlier,
fucking blame
the way
us
she worded
because
it,
you
I get her
guilty.
point. But you
Don't
motherfuckers
blame
all want to
us
look at
because
one
you
side of it, and
guilty.
you sound
Don't
like them
blame us
old.
because you feel guilty about
You
leaving the hood. That ain't my
feel guilty.
motherfucking problem.
I'm still a part of that. Do you know where Plainfield, New Jersey is? Do you know
Yeah, I know
anything
what
about
Plainfield, New
Plainfield?
Jersey is.
Then what the fuck are you talking about? I left the hood. Like,
I
what
know
is you
exactly
saying?
what
I
Plainfield,
could
New
still go
Jersey is.
back there and I get love. And we still
But
do
see,
work
I
for
ain't
the
got.
hood.
But see, the difference
All
between
you
you
want
and
to do is
I,
look down on it and blame every fucking
yeah,
societal
but the
problem
difference
on the
between you
fucking
and
community
I,
and nothing
the difference between
outside
you
of
and
that.
I ain't got to go back. I still live there.
So what's your fucking point? Like, look, the way you talking, like, yo, you live in Jersey City and you talking like that, like you bugging right now. Like, and I could tell by the rest of y'all outside of the one or two sisters, I understand the point. Y'all had a balanced approach and y'all heard the point that I was trying to make, and you didn't accuse me of trying to make excuses. But to continue to say the same old shit and cherry pick certain things I'm saying outside of the context that I'm trying to put it in, I
Continue
absolutely
to
have a
make
problem with that.
excuses.
Wait a
You
minute,
continue to
but
make excuses and you don't hear yourself.
wait a
Everybody
minute.
in here, you making excuses, except you.
I don't give a
You
yo.
don't
If
want
that's
to
all,
hear it.
if
Okay,
that's all y'all could
this is the thing.
out of what I'm saying, hey, fuck it. Then hey, we just two different people. That's all I can say. If
Right.
We're
that's
Well,
all
hearing
you can
what you're
hear,
saying,
if, no,
but
no, no.
what is being
If all
said
y'all can
is
hear is that, and then
when
you
are
judge the community the way you do, there's really nothing else to talk about
you're
there.
not, you're not, you're not reinventing the wheel. We know that there are outside influences. We know all of that.
exactly?
We ain't talking
Yeah.
about that. We ain't blaming that on them. Like I said, you're not reinventing the wheel here.
Yeah,
We talking about the niggas who are in the goddamn hood, who see the condition, and they still do the fucked up shit that make the shit worse. That's who we talking about.
Hey, pardon me. I'm just hooked up to this trailer. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Uh,
well,
I, I don't know what to say. I don't see how he's not hearing what Max is saying. Uh-huh.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
I don't get it. Yeah.
He's
It's called.
internalizing. First of all, he's internalized.
Yeah, he
All
feels
right, let
guilty.
me
He feels
speak for
guilty when he
myself.
left
Y'all
the
hear me?
hood, and he feels
Yeah, we
guilty
hear
that he
you.
sold drugs.
Oh, y'all hear me, right?
Yeah.
Because I could tell based on where this conversation is going and just by your general responses and not hearing everything I'm saying, because in a sense, on some things I do agree with, but for you guys to continue to say the same things over and over, as if I'm saying one thing when I'm not saying that, respectfully, and even accuse me of feeling guilty and making up all that kind of shit. I didn't come into this
I
conversation for
said
all that.
you
You know what I'm saying? Like,
internalizing.
that's crazy. No,
You're
I have
internalizing
no
what we're
problem.
saying.
I
Take
have a
it
That's
problem.
personal. We're not personally attacking you or those like you. Even you said that those that were doing that thing, the wrongs, that they have changed. They have made correction. We're saying they can make correction, but even they knew that they were wrong, that they were outside the
Ab-
community, that they were not helping. We
Absolutely, sister.
talking about a group that
Absolutely.
don't see that. They don't care about the
exactly.
community. They don't
Now,
see that what they're doing is wrong. Some of them are, and they're gonna correct that. We're not
now,
talking about those who see the wrong and they're gonna correct that. We're talking about those who see the wrong,
He
care
fell
less
off.
about the wrong.
He's gone.
no, y'all don't hear me?
I hear
Oh,
you. No, no, that was a verbal that dropped off.
oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, we're talking about those. That's who Max is talking about. You're
Now,
seeing it from the perspective where you were. You was part of that group that even though they knew they were doing wrong and they did stuff wrong when they were young, they have changed. They grew up. They corrected that. They recognized the wrong and they corrected that and they're doing for their community. What we're talking about, and you know people like that who don't give a F about
now,
the community. They all about what they want, what they can get.
you are absolutely right, sister. And
That's who Max is talking about.
but now
And
to
yes,
to add what you're
eventually
saying,
some of them might change. But as long as you kind of give them excuse and you don't at them about their wrong, they're gonna continue to do.
sister, I'm
Mhm.
not making excuses for them, and I understand and actually agree with what you just said. That what I'm trying to say is, well, maybe I didn't say it clear enough, but those people that you just mentioned who don't care at all, they're a way smaller percentage than you believe. Trust me. I'm in a lot of these communities, and those guys are not even necessarily respected by other street dudes the way you might think they would be respected, but they are a smaller percentage of the people in that condition than you think. And,
What
and,
can
and,
I?
the, and the reason why
Can,
I'm so passionate about it is because, like, I'm still associated with a lot of people that's back there, and we work with these people, and we get some of these street dudes to actually help out when we're working in the community. You know what I'm saying? So like
what
these
can I
really,
say? This
they're a very small percentage. But go ahead.
they are small. They might be a small percentage, but this is my thing. If you got three deadbeat baby daddies and they each got four kids apiece, multiply that. And then let's say the majority of that's 12 kids, and let's say six of them is boys. Now these boys grow up with a fucked up mentality, a fucked up head. Is that not adding to our problem also? They might be only three men out of the small percentage you're talking about, but if they out here making three, four, five, six kids and leaving them on the mother to fend for themselves, that's three, them three people made 12 more human beings. And that's 12 more fucked up kids in our community with no guidance and to go out and do who knows what, when and where. And that's the thing. Even a small percentage. What's the analogy? Even a drop of rain in the river makes ripples. So when are we going to start holding even that small percentage accountable
You hear me?
making kids left, right, and we already in a fucked up situation. Yes, the system that we live in put us in this situation that we're in. And a whole lot of outside factors fucked up our head and been fucking up our head for hundreds of years. But we live in an age of information. We live in an age of knowing. And even if the motherfuckers we're talking about don't understand what they're doing wrong, somebody needs to sit back, tap them on the shoulder, and be like, "Look, bruh, what the fuck is you doing? Why is you doing this? What can we do to start making solutions to this problem? Because we can sit on this phone and argue back and forth all fucking night. That still does not negate the problem that we're having. And nobody is putting the blame on the whole well, just one part of the whole community or whatever you was trying to say. It's just that we need to pinpoint these motherfuckers and need to find action to do something better. First of all, we need to point out what the fuck they're doing wrong. Because that's the problem. We don't have any accountability with each other. We're supposed to, oh, mind your business. That ain't none of my business. Whatever that nigga doing, that's what he doing. But that's not how this work if we're going to function as a community. Even white folks, they war with each other, kill each other over land, gold, resources, and whatever. But when it comes down to the agenda of them being a people as a whole and progressing themselves, they drop all of their disagreements and they collectively come together. The Chinese do it, the Arabs do it, everybody else do it, but then when it's us, we can never seem to take any collective criticism of what the fuck we're doing to each other and what we're letting happen to each other. And that's all that I'm saying. I don't know if anybody on this panel really agrees with me with that, but that's what I'm saying. We already know what the problem, pinpoint it, take the fucking correct collective criticism and constructive criticism. I'm sorry, and let's move to doing something better. Got to move to do something better. What happened to the concept of a village raising a child? If you can't do it, then let's bring it together. When are we gonna start working as a whole, as one unit? And then when you get up here, just because you didn't understand what was said and start all that rah-rah hooping and hollering, because when I came back in on it, all I heard was you hollering. And nothing really was going nowhere. You're saying what you're saying, Max saying what he's saying, Dame saying what she's saying, the other lady saying what she's saying, everybody hollering, nobody listening, and it's just all over the place. And we're never going to get any fucking where like that. Now you say you understand the points. Well, let's just agree to disagree on that. The points that you understand, take them with a grain of salt and grow with them. And then what you don't understand, agree to disagree until you can come to the conclusion of where people are coming from with what they're saying. I yield the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we are trying to get our point across. We are trying to explain what we're doing, and as we said, a lot of the talk is we trying to get past the just talk. We trying to get to the doing. So, as I said, you start off with small steps. The small thing that's making a big impact, that's what we work on. Just like we work on losing weight, because a little weight can do a lot of damage. A little extra weight can do a lot of damage, or too much in some cases. But it impedes our health. We don't have the strength and the stamina to do what needs to be done. So that's those of us that's on the 1 o'clock shot. That's us working on ourselves. Okay, in the community. Okay, so there's a small percentage of those who don't give a care. Some of them you can reach, and they'll need guidance, and they'll do better. Are they aware they're doing wrong, and they need to find another way? And some of them just being young and stupid. We all have young and stupid stages. You know, all our young and stupid is different. They might grow out of it. But in the meantime, there's damage being done. So we're trying to work on those small areas. That's the first step. outside influence, we try to mitigate them as much as possible, but we need more people to be there to help mitigate it with information, with facts, pointing it out that this is wrong, keeping us focused. Because black people, we're scattered in every different direction. That's why we got so many religions, different groups, and all that stuff. Even though we're united in one sense that as black people, we we need to be united. But as I said, sometimes we need people to point it out to us, to help us keep us focused, help us keep us grounded. And we should start small. Less talking, less arguing. Okay. Now let's roll up our sleeves, dig in our heels, and start getting to work. Okay, I yield the floor. Anybody else have anything to say?
I think I'm muted. Y'all hear me?
I hear you now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, whenever you mute and somebody else is talking, you get a lot of echo. Sorry about that.
that's okay. What I wanted to say is, while I come from a different perspective and background, as many of you come from, I do understand that we all want the same goal, and that's to improve the community for the better. Um, Based on the conversation, it's obvious we have very, very different experiences and worldviews, even though we want the same goal. Uh, I'm passionate for a reason, and one of those reasons I'm very passionate about this subject is because I almost didn't make it. I was out there doing the wrong thing, and it took certain people on the streets to recognize and encourage me to move in the right direction. Some of them changed, some of them didn't. And because those people took the time out and they caught me at the right time, it caused me to change. And now here I am, 44 years old, my own children, married, decent career. And it all started from that one who you would call a gangster who pulled me in and talked to me and told me I can be more than what we see on the streets. I don't know what the hell he saw in me, but I appreciate him for that. And there are more out there like that. And this is not me making excuses for anyone destroying the community. It's just when you're from that, when you grew up around that, and you've seen the different personalities, some good, some bad, you just have a different way of looking at and approaching it. Now, there are some in the community that I believe need to be handled, like, by men, like handle, and, get your ass up out of here. But at the same time, I have the experience and understanding to kind of look at it from different angles also. One size doesn't always fit all, and we should be prepared to take a multifaceted approach to fixing the community. And I apologize if I offended anybody, but I respect what everybody's goal is. Be one all the time. I want to say peace to y'all.
Okay. Well, yeah. That's why we need different people. Um, some people, Max is a type that he'd be like, get out of there, that's his thing. He can reach those that you need to handle like that woman. You need to get the up out of here, you need to stop this, or that. And your approach ain't wrong either, but you're both trying to achieve the same thing. Y'all both trying to better the community. Y'all just have different methods, except that y'all have different methods and just concentrate on the thing y'all have in common. Y'all trying to better the community. He's not trying to fixate on one group. He's trying to get men to take responsibility for the things they do or don't do. That's his approach. He's not saying that there's no outside influence. Y'all know that. But he's concentrating on what the men of our community are supposed to be doing and pointing out when they're not doing it, this is what happened. That's what Max is doing. You know, you cannot sit, he's telling me you cannot blame the women for what's going on in the community or the community's gone wrong because you're the leaders, you're responsible. If you say that it's her fault, that's saying that you're not being a man and being responsible as the men, as the leader of the community. If you leave her with responsibilities that you're supposed to have, or you're supposed to be doing, the community is going to profit. Women will do the best they can. And some of them will do it very, very well. But there are plenty where there's some where that's not going to be enough. Them by themselves is not going to be enough. We need the whole community. Whole community. And one half, some of them have stepped up, which makes it more work on a few men that's still there. If you got 50 kids and one man, not one woman, 50 kids in the community, and there's one man trying to be the man or the example for 50 kids, 50 kids in the community, he's not going to be able to do it by himself. He needs the men in the community to step up, to be the man in the community, the example, and all that. He's going to get overrun. He's going to get burnt out. He's going to get exhausted. Or he's going to neglect the things he needs to do in his house, which is not going to help the community neither. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. So what we're saying is, we're not saying that the Black community, the poor in the Black community, is not doing things to help their community. It's just that they're being overrun. There's too few working on the community, and there's too much that the community needs work on. So he's trying to pull the ones that's neglecting their part into, or not acknowledging that they have a part in this, to step up. Either step up or shut up. Either help or at least don't hinder. All right, I yield the floor. Anybody else want to say anything?
Y'all hear me?
Yes.
And again, like the fact that his sister's on here, like I know I was cussing and loud and all of that, and you know that's kind of how I get, but that's, to me, that part of me was male energy, me talking to the brother, and me and the brother, we're both passionate, and you know that's where that was, and it wasn't even no disrespect towards him. It's just passionate, masculine energy, and none of that was directed towards y'all, because in usually speaking directly towards women, that's not really like my thing, and that's why I have to apologize if I offended anybody like that. Even if anyone happens to be an elder in here, I mean, I'm 44, but still, I respect my elders. I'm not clear on who everybody is, but you know, I'm just real passionate about my community. You know, I kind of pay attention to what's going on in the community, in hip hop, in politics, every single thing in history, current events, every single thing that created and that currently impacts the community. That's kind of like where I'm at with it. I'm more of respect to Martin Luther King and that approach, but I'm kind of more along the line of where Malcolm would have took it. Even though I love and respect my brother Martin Luther King also, but being from that part of the community when you almost didn't make it, there's a lot of pain and there's a lot of even some of the negativity can add good things to you. It can create a type of, well, for me personally, being through certain things kind of hardens you in a way to deal with certain obstacles that might get in my way today. Like there's a lot of things that cannot and will not affect me because I know pain and I know what certain things feel like. And I will not go back to that again. I've seen people hurt. I've seen people on their last leg. I've seen some of the best people who were at the top, good careers and all, but ended up falling to drugs and alcohol and losing everything they had. I've seen a whole lot of things. So I guess in a sense, part of where I'm coming from is having just a little bit of compassion for those who might have fallen. But I definitely understand where you're coming from when you refer to the selfish people who are strictly focused on themselves at the cost of hurting the community. So I mean, I know I've been talking a lot. I know I've been loud and all of that, but that's me. I mean no disrespect to nobody.
That's okay. That's fine. Understand what you're saying, and I'm not disrespected. But my thing is that especially when we're trying to have discussions on issues that's going on in the community, if your mouth is open, your ears are closed. You feel me? So, and the life, the negative things you say of life that can have good impacts. Yes, it can make you tough and make you endure, but you shouldn't let it harden you to still be able to see things from different sides. You can't just react soon as you hear something you don't like. You can't just react to it and just come in full force, as you say, male energy, masculine energy, full force, like the Hulk, ready to smash, Hulk smash, and it's not gonna be received right every time. I can guarantee that. And then I'm a very spiritual person, and I believe that not only do we all encompass masculine energy, but we also have feminine energy too. I'm not saying you're a faggot. Please don't nobody in the comments say no crazy shit. I'm just saying, but you still have to bring in your understanding. With female energy usually comes nurturing and understanding, and we have to learn how to understand each other if we're ever going to work together, if we're ever going to pull ourselves up out of the stupor that we're in, if we're ever going to see any type of progress. So I think this was a good discussion, even though it went a little left, for about an hour or so. But no hard feelings, brother. I understood where you was coming from. I understood where Max was coming from. I understood where Dane was coming from and the other young lady. I'm just saying that we can never immediately go into attack mode with each other. And as soon as we hear something we don't want to hear. And that's basically my thing. I'm not trying to really be. I'm being a mediator, but I'm not really a mediator. I'm just saying that I feel passionate about my people, and I go to bat for them, just like the next person that's pro-black, conscious, or black first. I consider myself black first, and even with all our faults, I still cap for my people every day, all day, here in America and across seas. And we got to, and then, like I was saying, just reiterate, and I'm going to yield the floor. We got to learn how to take collective criticism from each other and sit back and say, well, damn, you know what? Maybe they do got a point to that. And just take it in and then formulate what should be said, what should be done, and if we are ever going to make any moves. Because all this talk is never going to get us anywhere. Once we come to an understanding like we did tonight with each other, now is the time to what can I do further to facilitate the positive that I'm trying to get. I yield the floor. Bless y'all.
All right. All right, Bella. Okay, George, did you want to say anything to what Bella said? Or are you fine where you at?
Yeah, I'm
What'd you
fine
say?
where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm cool where I'm at. Like I did respond in a way that I shouldn't have. That usually a response like that is because I'm used to debating certain people with those talking points, and it's usually a certain narrative or direction those people are coming from, and it just triggered me a little bit. So I recognize where I may have misread or whatever like that. But I want to thank y'all for the conversation, and let's keep doing this work. You know, we got a long way to go. We got kids coming up. We got to set the example for and lay the foundation for. So let's do what we do. Black first.
Okay. All right. Okay. Max is we're gonna end the show. Only thing I could tell you, T Wash for Max, is best to listen to all that he say. Be careful about getting triggered because usually it means there's something in you that's feeling some kind of way about what he's saying. Really, really, really pay attention to what he's saying. Most of the time, if you let him finish it out, you will hear that is not what you think he was saying. Yeah, Max is a passionate person too, and he'll get just as equally passionate as you. Um, but yes, as Bella said, we need to, now the talk is over with. We need to know what we're going to do next. Okay, so every time baby daddies that we know that they ain't paying child support or they crying about child support. Well, some of them crying, but we talking about those that that's paying as little as possible as child support. Um, and stuff like that. We need to pull them up and say, like, hey, this is for your child. You need to work things out, whatever. But I'm going to end the show um, with this. That now that we finished talking, what we're gonna do? What's our actions gonna be from here? All right. Thank you, everybody. Tony, Nexus, Black, Capricorn, and Auntie, Tony B. Well, Bella. Let's see. Sarah
Yes, Bella is Tony
Burton.
B. Okay, I'm sorry. I got so many names. I do apologize.
Okay, the purple assassin. Okay, of course, Lucy, and all those who had came that I missed. Um, thank you for joining us. We should be moving to the other live. If you want to, y'all should have been getting a notification by now. Our premiere has started. I don't know what 15, 20 minutes, a whole hour ago. A whole hour ago. Let's see what's left of it. We didn't intend to be on at the same time as that one. Peace, power, and unity. Earth and Nation people, thanks you for coming out. Thanks for the conversation in the chat, on the panel. Good evening. I'll be seeing you on the other side. Bye bye. Okay, sorry, I don't have the music, so we're going to end it right here. So y'all got a minute to say y'all quick goodbyes to everybody before I end it. All right, okay, so B1. All right, peace, y'all. Okay, you're going to subscribe. Okay, but be careful what you say. We got wrench people up in here, and some of them, if they feel like you're trying to create a problem or start a fight, they will kick you out, like you saw. But hey, you lucky. They just timed you out. They didn't think you was all bad. It's just that you was taking the chat in the direction it wasn't supposed to be going. All right. So good job, moderators, for getting rid of the trolls. Lucy got the first troll of the day. Good job, Lucy. Hassan Burton. Oh, Auntie. Well, I know we try not to consider Black Capricorn as a troll. We just an overly passionate person who don't understand, don't create a fight in the chat and stuff like that. But hey, we can, if he don't learn, we just smack them hands and give him 5 minutes to himself. All right. Good night, y'all.